Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, everyone. This is obviously not Brock or Salk. Maura Dooley here with you to start the show this morning. Ian is on the board. We'll be taking you through these first couple of segments, and then we'll also be listening to what the Seahawks postgame crew had to say after the Seahawks got their preseason underway on Saturday versus the Cowboys. We'll be doing that a little bit later this hour. And then, of course, Brock will be here at 7, as always. And we have Brady Henderson, ESPN Seahawks reporter, so that we can really dig into what the Seahawks did this weekend. So please stay tuned for all of that. A lot going on. Mike Salk is in Vegas all week. So, yes, it will be a little bit of a filling cast. We have Brady today. I believe we also are going to have Brian Walters and Paul Moyer at different points this week. So we'll have plenty for you. Brock, as you all know, is not always keen on having to lead the show when Salk is out. But I ask that you guys please be kind. He's already stressed out because it's his son Titus's first game this week of his junior season of high school football. Brock is a coach on the staff, so he's extra stressed out. And I think if we aren't kind to him, I feel like we could force him into doing something like Heward Family Jeopardy again. And none of us want that. So I'm asking you all, please, once Brock joins the show, tell him he's doing a good job.
He's doing great.
He does do a good job. He's gotten way better at the leading thing, even though he gets a little
we've got tons of
it.
plans for this week. It's going to be
good. It's an upside down thing that he doesn't like, but I think he's actually gotten a lot better.
I think there's some Madden codes probably up for grabs at some point this week too.
I think Brock is going to do some more of those. We had some fun with that Friday.
Yeah.
Shout out to, I think it was Sam and Dax that ended up winning.
Yep.
I got to talk to them later. A lot going on. I wasn't sure yesterday whether we would be leading this show with the Mariners or not. It felt like things could go either way. It definitely would have felt a lot uglier if they did not pull off that win. And I'm going to avoid saying what Salk always says that gets everybody so fired up. It's early, and I don't want to be yelled at early, so I'll avoid the they're still in it talk. But that's the best I've felt about the Mariners coming off a weekend in a long time.
Yeah, I watched the game on Friday at a bar near my house, and when they hit the walk-off home run, like, my first reaction was just to start laughing out loud. Like, everybody in the bar turned and looked at me like, who is this crazy person? What is going on? It just felt like kind of an inevitable loss. Once you got to that point, it's like, okay, there's something bad is about to happen. And I got that same kind of pit in my stomach yesterday when Sir Anthony Dominguez came in with the bases juice, and I was like, oh boy, what's going to happen here? He falls over and then gets that strikeout. It's like, okay, things might finally start turning.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what it is. I think from what we've seen this season, we've talked a lot about this just not feeling. And it's not that they're not trying. They're professional athletes. We know that they're trying, but you're not seeing that, like, that grit, that resilience, that we know we're a playoff team feeling that you want to have. And after such a devastating loss Friday night in extra innings, and to come back and not only get that win Saturday, but then yesterday, some of the same players that had bad things happen in that game Friday. Sir Anthony Dominguez gave up, the lead. Then Munoz had a 5-run 10th inning. They come in and they get the job done. And, of course, to see Cal hit a home run after the, struggles he's had this season is always something that we love to see. And then how about Brock Rodden? I mean, we get the news on Friday that Cole Emerson, not only was he sent down, but he apparently has a wrist injury that could possibly need surgery. And so Brock Rodden steps in and has a really amazing weekend. I don't think you were expecting him to come in and look quite like that. So just I don't want to take it too far. I know we've had plenty of times this season where we've said this could be it. This could be the corner. This could be, but there's a lot of good signs. Brian Wu having his second straight solid road start after so many struggles this year. I don't love seeing him come out a little bit early with a sore shoulder yesterday, but he seemed to think it wasn't a big deal after the game. Logan Gilbert had a dominant start recently. Emerson Hancock was great on Saturday. It feels like there's a little bit more. Brock said it in his email, and I'll steal this from him, a sense of urgency. This feels like a team. Oh, you guys do want to be in the playoffs. You do want to embrace this opportunity against a division rival that, those games are always crazy. And they found a way to pull off those last two. It
felt like Saturday was like, okay, last night was awful. Let's just clean slate, wipe this with as much offense as we can. And then yesterday it was, okay, we've got a lead. How do we hold on to this thing and just grab it for dear life? And I'm glad that, that sense of urgency was finally there.
Yeah. And then it leads to some joy, right? Like it felt like they were truly happy when they won that game yesterday. And, sometimes they're doing the victory dance when they get a win in a series, and it doesn't, I don't feel it. I don't think that they're actually that happy. There's just been so many ups and downs. And so I'm optimistic. I'm looking at the text line here, and I think we've got some optimism going on. Someone, the 253 says Mariners win 2 in a row and do so against the division leader. Call Jeff Passan. They're on a heater. I don't know about all that. Then we have Jamie and Vashon who says 2 out of 3, whoopee. This weekend series is a microcosm of the season in some ways. Opportunity wasted. A sweep was right there for us, and we couldn't close the deal. And now the Brewers. Okay, I get that you don't want to hear from me probably that this is the corner and they're great now, but I think that's a little harsh.
I think they were probably closer to losing the series than they were to sweeping.
Yeah, and
I thought there was no chance they were going to win on Friday. Yeah. So I'm pretty darn satisfied with that weekend outcome as far as they go. And going into Milwaukee, you're not going to see Mizorowski, I think. I think he pinched yesterday.
I believe you're right, yes.
But their starters are still really, really good. They've got a couple lefties that are going to give the Mariners fits. So get those wins out of the way while you can.
Yes, I'm intrigued. That's where I'll leave it. I am very interested in this next series because, yes, you're playing the team with the best record in the league. They just took 3 of 4 from the Dodgers. It's definitely a little bit scary to maybe put your hopes into the fact that this may have been a corner turned heading into that series. But I like it. I like the fact that we get to see if that really was something right off the bat. You still have a little bit of that tough stretch we've been talking about to get through. But then in September, as Jeff Passan was telling us, things get way, way easier. I'm not going to take it too far, but I'm happy with the spark we saw this weekend. Like I said, best Mariners weekend that I can remember in a while. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we also had the Seahawks playing the Cowboys at Lumen Field in their first preseason game. Ian, you were out there for that?
Yeah. Atmosphere was great. The game, not so much, but it was super fun to be back with the 12s. Everybody was really excited. You could we still have this kind of post-parade glow. Everybody's walking around yelling "Go Hawks" at each other. It was a lot of fun to be down there.
Nice. I haven't gotten to. I want to go to one of the regular season games. I don't know if I'll be able to make it preseason, but yeah, it seemed like the crowd was into it. Not maybe the best. It's preseason, so we're not going to read too much into it. But you still expect a Mike McDonald team to have a level of execution that maybe wasn't there. And we'll hear from him in Need to Know. I don't think he was very happy with it. But one of the things that I thought was really cool is that he let Aden Durde call the defense. Because as we know, Mike McDonald is the defensive genius play caller behind this team. But Aden Durde's an up-and-coming DC as well that has gotten some looks at head coaching positions. This was what he had to say after the game about letting Durde call it.
I think it was best for us for right now for him to call it. It's a great experience for AD. He's called the majority of camp up to this point. He's done a phenomenal job throughout camp. He really has. We've had a ton of call-up periods. He's on the details. He's thinking, just doing a lot of great stuff, honestly. So, but at some point, I got to get ready to call a game too. So I think I'll probably call next week.
think we are all fine with Mike Macdonald hanging on to those play calling duties.
For sure.
But at the same time, as Hard Knocks has unfolded, we've seen that Aden Durde has an important role, and I think kind of some important pushback with Mike Macdonald at times too. And so I just love that this just seems to be the kind of coach that he is. He's going to develop everyone, not just the players.
Yeah. Something that struck me watching back the Super Bowl last year, like the NFL Films version where they have all the headsets and stuff, is Durde and Coach Mike have basically an ongoing conversation throughout the whole game. Hey, what are you looking at here? What do you see from the eye in the sky? Like they've got two different positions on the field. And so we basically have two defensive coordinators kind of going at it at the same time. So I'm really glad that they're going to develop them like that. And I'm super excited to see what they've got on Hard Knocks about it. Like, I hope we learn a little more about Durde's story and coming over from the UK and stuff like that. Like, I don't know a whole lot about him personally. I think Hard Knocks is a great opportunity to learn more about him.
That's a good call. I hope that we get to maybe see a little bit of the behind the scenes of what happened there. And yeah, also, he gets credit for like a lot of the former Cowboys that have come over here. They all say they want to play for him. So I hope he's not going anywhere anytime soon, but I'm glad he's getting that experience. All right, we are up against the clock here, actually. We didn't even get to a big deal that we've been waiting for cornerback Devon Witherspoon. So that'll be up next in Need to Know. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg & Jones.
No matter the time of year, working out at home is the best. Brock Ewart here, and allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. And everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stuff. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have flooring and weights that go right in your home gym. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundle your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominated Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Kenny here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Bump letting you know Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on every hole and tree-lined fairways, you better hit them straight. Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those who want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today. After the round, enjoy a stay at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Go to golfloomis.com.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The M's take 2 of 3 from the Astros after a tough extra innings loss to start the series. Yesterday, Brian Wu went 6 innings, giving up just 2 runs, both solo shots. He exited in the 6th despite being at just about 75 pitches due to shoulder soreness, although he said he wasn't worried about it postgame. Randy Arozarena hit a home run in the 1st, and then Cal Raleigh did this in the 6th.
The pitch to Cal. Swung on, hit high, a towering fly ball left field. Does it have enough? It's back, it's deep, it is gone! Into the Crawford boxes. Cal Raleigh, a majestic home run. The Mariners add one more, it's 3-1.
Majestic home run, I like that call.
Crawford box is special. I thought that ball was going to get caught 100% of the time.
But it didn't. Sir Anthony Dominguez got himself out of a bases-loaded jam in the 8th after a weird play, as you mentioned earlier, where he kind of tripped trying to catch a little infield pop-up from Altuve.
He was backpedaling and just couldn't get, somebody should have called him off. Donovan should have just come in and called him off, and he just fell on his butt. I thought the game was over then.
But he got out of that jam, and Andres Munoz closed the door in the 9th. Here was Dan Wilson post-game on what we saw from Mooney.
Yeah,
The fastball was there again. He was attacking. He got behind a little bit, but, it wasn't because he was, timid. He was still trying to attack and was just missing the zone a little bit, but made good pitches when he had to. And I thought, again, a sort of a rebound outing for him and another good one. And, getting his 100th save is, that's a huge milestone. So, congratulations to Moon.
The Mariners have an off day today before beginning a 3-game series with the Brewers. That will be with Bryce Miller, Logan Gilbert, and George Kirby set to take them out.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Seahawks lost 17-7 to the Cowboys in their preseason opener. We, of course, did not see a lot of starters, so it's hard to read a lot into these games, but Mike Macdonald not very happy with the execution.
Just all the things. How we get calls in, how we take the line, how we motion, how we shift, how we get lined up on defense, how we communicate. All those things need to take a very big jump very quickly. So, but it's good to know. Now we know it, so let's go get it.
I love to see him that intense about preseason. But yeah, you want to get some of these things right. There were some people who took advantage of their opportunities, though. A guy we haven't heard a lot about, Rashad Rochelle, with a 52-yard punt return.
High punt. Rochelle at his own 16 makes the catch, makes one man miss, turns upfield, makes a second man miss, bounces off a third. Now he's got running room. Here he goes. Makes anger miss, got some blocking. He's across the 40 and tracked down near the 30-yard line of the Cowboys. A terrific return.
Rochelle is a undrafted free agent out of Indiana State, wide receiver, and I just loved seeing the sidelines just explode with like all of the starters running onto the field. So excited for him. It's just great to see how invested those guys are, because you do see some preseason games where the starters are not really paying attention and don't feel like they need to be there, and that is not the case on Mike Macdonald's team. Also great to see linebacker Tyrese Knight looking confident and decisive, racking up a team-leading 10 tackles in the first half. He lost his starting role to Drake Thomas last year, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out this year. Definitely looks like he's making a case to be on the field more often.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
On Saturday, the Seahawks and cornerback Devon Witherspoon finally reached an agreement on a 4-year, $132 million deal with $101 million guaranteed. This deal makes him the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. For now, his agent also represents Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots, so he might be able to up that as he's still waiting on his deal. But huge news for the Seahawks and Devon Witherspoon. I think that took a little longer than anyone would have liked. You want to get that handled before it starts to, bleed over into the regular season being about to start. So love to hear that. And then, Witherspoon is more than just a cornerback. I understand why they paid him so much. Mike Macdonald talked after the preseason game about how important he is.
Well, I mean, Spoon is all the things. He's a great person. He's a great football player. He's a great teammate. He's a great leader. Those are the guys we want to be here. It's kind of similar to Jack's. It's like these are foundational people to our team, and I'm extremely excited to get that foundation laid. Where we know Spoon's going to be here for the long haul, and we're also excited for the opportunity to reward him. That this is a contract that we feel like he's earned, and we should celebrate it as well. But it's also really exciting to know that we have foundational players that are going to be part of our team here for a long time.
He's clearly one of Mike Macdonald's favorites. I think we've heard Julian Love say that, but you understand why. I mean, he's a small guy that goes out there and hits like he's twice his size. He's been incredibly durable, and he's almost always in the right place at the right time. And they can use him in so many ways. Obviously, Mike Macdonald likes that versatility, as he does with Eamon Wari as well. I'm sure Brock will have a lot more for that with that later. We also had a little bit of, I don't know if this is news or not, over the weekend. Bob Nightingale of USA Today wrote a piece on MLB managers that are on the hot seat, and he said in the American League, Seattle Mariners manager Dan Wilson is expected to be fired if the Mariners miss the playoffs, and the same goes for Houston Astros manager Joe Espada. I mean, I would think if they miss the playoffs, this would be one of the more disappointing seasons coming off of what they accomplished last year and where the expectations were. I don't think that seems that surprising that would be the case, but everyone we have talked to said they don't think that's going to happen in season, and right now, hopefully, they are rebounding. So we'll see what happens there. Scotty Scheffler closed with a 4 under 66 for an 8-shot win at the FedEx St. Jude Championship. Scheffler is now the third youngest player in PGA Tour history to reach 21 career wins. And then here locally, Stuart Sink defeated Miguel Angel Jimenez in a playoff at Snoqualmie Ridge to win the Boeing Classic. He finished 12 under par and earned his 5th win of the season. All right, that is everything you need to know. Coming up next, we're going to take a listen to what the postgame show had to say. We have Michael Bumpus, Brian Walters, Paul Moyer, Ray Roberts, and then also Jen Mueller caught up with George Halani. So we want to hear everything that was going on down at Lumen Field on Saturday. We'll take a listen to that next. And then Brock Heward and Brady Henderson will be with you the rest of the show starting at 7. You're listening to the Brock.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Holy smokes, I can see. Hey, everybody, it's Rick Riz, and I just had refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision, and it's amazing. K2 Vision RLE means no more readers or glasses for me. Plus, I'll never get a cataract. Now, when I call a game, you won't see those readers dangling from the end of my nose to see the field and then my notes. I only wish I had done it sooner. It's like seeing a whole new ball game. K2 Vision RLE was quick and painless, over in just minutes, and I knew I was in great hands. The K2 Vision RLE team has done over 150,000 lens procedures. You can trust their stuff. K2 Vision RLE is my permanent solution to a lifetime of great vision. It could be yours too. Enjoy life's good years without readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Get your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com. Then you can make the same call I did. Goodbye, glasses. K2VisionRLE.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Klein Jewelers is all about celebrating big anniversaries. What's a big anniversary? Year 1, year 5, year 25. If you forgot about it, you'll find out just how big it is. No matter the year, Klein Jewelers is here to help you celebrate with something beautiful. Maybe it's a 3-stone ring that honors your past, present, and future. Maybe it's a new band to stack or the diamond upgrade you've been dreaming about. And while we love anniversaries, we're here for all life's special moments too. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV. Or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as That's 888-665-0696.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This is it. These are the nights. The ones where you laugh until you can't anymore. And smile until your head hits the pillow. Where everything feels just right. Because it is. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Must be 21 and over. Please gamble responsibly.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Welcome back to the Seahawks postgame show. I'm Michael Bumpus with the squad. We got more here. Big Ray, B. Waltz. Let's talk some receivers, B. Wall. We know what it's like being in this preseason game and knowing that every opportunity needs to count. And Montori Foster Jr. made the most of his opportunities, did have a drop, but also scored a touchdown.
Yeah, the big thing you look for is can you translate what you've done all camp, making plays every day in practice when maybe you have shells on or you know it's not full contact. You make plays. Can you translate that to your first game, to your first time knowing that the Cowboys don't care, right? They're going to hit you as hard as they can, and can you make some big plays over the middle? And I thought Montori Foster did that today. I thought that first touchdown was an in-traffic catch. He made a couple other contested catches. Should have had the deep ball. If Drew Lock had maybe one less yard, could have had him. He could have had a big day. And he did have that drop, and you learn from that. You don't like to see that because when you're in a position like that, you want
going back to the football too.
Yeah, going back to the football. I mean, that's a big play there, but he got the first down on the reviewed play later, I think, in that same drive. So he kind of made up for it, which is good. And that's also another thing that I like is a lot of times a receiver fighting for a roster spot, you drop the ball, well, it's easy to get in your head.
Yeah.
And that next one is tough to catch.
Yep.
And he did that. He stepped up, caught another one in traffic. So I like to see it, and just because that's a guy we've talked about, we've seen make plays, and he came out first preseason game, and he turned some heads. So we'll see. He'll make a push.
Also want to point out, 2 of the hardest catches to me in football are over the shoulder, and then when you turn and the ball's already getting at you.
Yeah, the one you got to go meet the ball. Turn around, meet the ball, and your momentum's going back to it. I mean, you're making that. I mean, when you actually take the physics of it, you're making the fastball that Drew Lock threw or whoever it was, and you're making it get to you a lot faster.
Seahawks lose to the Dallas Cowboys 17-7, but George Halani had himself a decent day. 12 carries for 42 yards. Let's hear from him and Jim Mueller.
George, when you look at that opening drive, not only was it a long opening drive, there was a lot of running plays.
Yeah.
What did that many called runs do to get the offense in a feel?
Honestly, just being able to just capitalize on, some of those runs. They could have been way better, especially on some of those runs, those wide zones. But just being able to take advantage of it, and then just learning from, the different defenses we face as well. This defense is a lot different from our defense. So it's pretty cool just to go out there and finally play somebody else.
I know that you wanted a different outcome, but what are a few of the takeaways that you can apply to practice this week after seeing a different defense?
Trusting tracks with the looks that we're given, especially with going into Tennessee, just being able to just watch their film from preseason and then see how they play against the wide zone and then different runs, and then just be able to just work on that.
There was a lot of conversation about what it was going to be like with Brian Fleury calling plays. What did we learn about the mechanics today of how that was working?
Honestly, just for us as an offense, just trying to find that momentum and kind of just stay on it. I think, we got to have more explosive plays for sure, whether it's runs and passes, but that just goes back to, us as a position group, just trying to figure out, what we can work on to make more explosive plays.
Here's one of the things that stood out, though. We knew it was kind of a vanilla, game plan today, right? Except there were still a lot of motions. I mean, it looked like there was a lot going on. How much of that is just making sure that the timing is there and that everything is hitting together?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we could have been, more better on, obviously less penalties and stuff like that. That definitely takes a toll on us. But a lot of those motions and, all that, the shifts, they definitely help with manipulating defenses and helping those windows open up.
It was fun to see and get a first glimpse. Bump, we'll get that back to you.
Thank you, Jen. That was George Halani. He really set the tone today, Big Ray. I mean, that first drive, they went at least, 10 to 12 plays, and Halani played a big role in that.
Yeah, I like the way they were really aggressive in the running game, really getting downhill, really moving the pile. Offensive line were trying to finish. And I know we just heard from Halani, but I also just wanted to call out Christian Haynes. I thought Christian Haynes put some good stuff on film today. He was really aggressive. He was his first step off the ball. A lot of times he was the first one to move on the whole offensive line, even though the center knows the count. He was moving really quickly and then just really violent with his hands. And he's always been a dude that tried to finish down the field. And so I thought that he put good film on some good stuff on film today. And I do like the way Halani, just like I said in the pregame, these guys that they have in the backfield now, they just get downhill a lot faster. They can make people miss and do the moves, and you're not gonna see these big reverse field cutbacks that K9 was good at times. And I think they're going to get the yards that's there. I think that sometimes it's going to be 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and then all of a sudden it's going to break, kind of a thing. So I like what I saw them doing in the run game, what they're trying to get done.
All right, let's go to the defensive side of the ball. Tyrese Knight had a day, 10 tackles. He caught up with Jen.
Tyrese, you were all over my notes in the first quarter. How much does this opportunity mean to you, given the missed opportunity in last year's preseason?
Sure. I mean, for me, it just felt good just getting back out there healthy, just showing everybody that I'm still me, that I can do what I can do. And just for everybody, I'm just glad that, they enjoyed the show and just know that I'm still tonight.
That PBU that you had in the first quarter, how'd you get there? What'd you read?
Yeah, I just read the stem from my receiver. He pressed into me, so I know he was going to break out. So that's just something I've been working on all camp. And it was good that all my training, just hard work came true.
How much of that, when you saw it was just instinct to go after it because of that training you've been working on?
Oh, yeah, that just felt like second nature. I already knew what was coming once it happened. I just wish you would throw a little out more so I can went home with that.
How would you rate your performance today?
It was good until I gave up them 2 catches back-to-back. But, that was just good D, better good throw. But I'd say it was like an A, but it could have been an A+ if I would have finished today.
What did Coach say after this one?
That ain't a surprise. I don't need no praise. I did what I was supposed to, so I believe that,
What do you think the biggest coaching points are for the defense in general after you get a chance to go out, hit an opponent, and get something on film?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What do you think the biggest coaching points are for the entire defense after today's game?
Oh, I just say the biggest coaching point, it don't matter who in, we expect the defense to play the same, like we had last year. Like, it shouldn't be no drop-off no matter who in the game. I just felt this whole preseason, we didn't play good today as a whole. We still got a lot of things to go over and work on, but that's what practice and training camp for.
What was the reaction to Devon Witherspoon's contract extension?
Oh, fully. That big spinner, I already told him when you take him out to eat. That's all I'm waiting on. But, I'm happy for him. He deserved that. He's the best scorer in the league. I'm happy he finally got what he deserved.
I think there's probably a few guys that can't wait to be taken out to dinner. Bump, we'll get that back to you.
Yeah, he should take us out, too, all that money he done made or going to make. Yeah, Tyrese Knight had himself a good day, 10 tackles, 7 solo, 2 passes defended. I really like the way he looked in space, Moyer.
Look, he looked – that's the best I've seen him. He had some moments his rookie year, when he got in, and I thought they put him in positions to succeed, for his skill level. He made a leap. It's funny. I was watching him in his interview too. He looks like a man. Again, these are very young men when they get drafted. They're 22 years old, and so good for him. He played well, and I think in the first half, guys, we actually played okay. The second half is the hard part. We had 2 first downs in the second half. We only had a couple series, and I think we had 27 yards in the second half. So it just doesn't feel good as a coaching staff. I think that's Mike McDonald's frustration too. And that's going to be a film where, okay, backups. This game, we're not having that anymore. We got to start getting ready for the regular season. Let's go.
That Tyrese Knight looked like a guy to me that's still he's fighting for that starting job. Even though I know Drake Thomas, it's his. He seems like he still has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder and wants to prove that he can still be that guy, be that starter. I thought today he looked fantastic. As Coach McDonald said, best player on the field in the defense today. Yep. That's high praises coming from your head coach. And I think it's easy to be in that situation and just kind of, I don't want to say lay down, but just maybe back up and not care as much, but to go out there after what happened last year and to step up in the first preseason game and have 10 tackles in the first, it's incredible. So big time performance by Tyrese.
Yeah, I think that's the mindset you have to take. Yeah. Like if you're trying to be the starter, win your job back, get on the field, whatever it is, you have to think you're the starter and play that way. Otherwise, you may put less than what you need to on film.
Exactly.
And today he did what he had to do.
Seahawks football returns to Lumen Field on Wednesday, September 9th for the 2026 season opener. Witness the unveiling of the Super Bowl 60 championship banner as the team takes on the Patriots in a highly anticipated Super Bowl rematch. Get your tickets now at Seahawks.com/tickets. Time for our game MVP. I got a couple in mind. I wonder what you guys are thinking. Let's start with the man. What game you call yesterday? The Atlanta game, B-Wall?
Down Atlanta, Denver.
Atlanta, Denver. There we go. You guys want to hear some real color call? We'll pull that game and watch my guy go to work.
Yeah, it was amazing. Electrifying.
Electrifying.
I
was moved to tears.
Tons of fans there. That's one thing about it. There was no fans in that stadium.
Really?
In Atlanta. None. So you see the fans here, and it was incredible. This felt like a little bit like a regular season game.
110 decibel? Man, it was loud. Yeah. It was preseason. They were doing the meter.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it was up there. It wasn't 130 or whatever the number, but it was loud for a preseason game.
It was the fourth quarter, and I was looking, and the people hadn't left yet.
Like I said, if y'all could have heard some of the things that were being said in the crowd, they're in midseason form with the ridiculousness that I heard in the crowd today.
Fire the coach.
It was crazy. One gal's like, throw the ball. I'm like, Muro has 3 defenders in his face right now. Where's he throwing that dang ball? Anyway, B-Ball, who's your MVP?
Oh, is that what we're doing? I think I know where you two are going to go, so I'm going to stay with the wideouts. I'm going to stay with the wideout. I'm going to go Montori Foster Jr. just because he just showed that he could live up to what he had shown in camp and made that big. I thought that was a tough touchdown catch, the one he made. It was in traffic. Yeah. It was a tight window, and he came down with it, took another hit over the middle, came down with it, and then would have really sealed the deal if Drew Lock would have just not overthrown that pass. He would have been to the house on another big-time play. So that would have been one heck of a game for him. But I thought he played fantastic. So he's my game MVP.
Big Ray, who you got?
I'm gonna go with Tyrese Knight. He just looks like he looked like a starter playing with the backups.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he looked like he was the best player on the field, and he looks like the guy I think that they were hoping he was going to be last year, and a guy that's like we just talked about, who seems hungry to get back to what he probably thinks was his.
Moya.
I'm going to go with Michael Bumpus for doing the play-by-play in the second quarter.
Gas me up.
And we needed an infusion of some energy. It was getting a little but by the way, you did a great job. Very proud of you,
Michael Rabel, Steve Bumpus.
Michael Rabel, Steve Bumpus. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, look, I think the second half was so. Again, I don't even care. For Coach McDonald, it shows his competitiveness because he was perturbed, and not happy, after the game. And I think part of that is, hey, there can't be complacency. We can't waste. Today maybe felt like it was a wasted second half. I thought the first half we actually played pretty good. As a matter of fact, there was 2 times we went for it on 4th down. If we hit on those, you're feeling probably a little better about things. But I got to go with Tyrese. He not only was 10 tackles in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times you see it, equate to 20 tackles in a game? Not often. And they weren't those kind of, he had 3 solo and I jumped on the pile for 14. Yeah. He had 7 solo tackles and they were attacking tackles, right? And so, good for him, man, because Ray, you brought it up. Look, he comes in his rookie year and he all of a sudden gets put into the starting lineup, rightfully so. Some of the guys didn't perform. And you're thinking he's going to be the guy last year. And he doesn't, man. It's hard to get demoted, man. It crushes you, emotionally. And, to sort of come back for that fight and to look like, okay, he is going to compete. And so, good for him.
Yeah, I'm going with Tyrese Knight. I don't know if you remember a conversation we had, and you were telling me you just need him to be a bit more physical. Like he's in the right gap and where he's supposed to be, but just that pop at the end. And that's what I saw today, really, for the first time. He looks like he's telling Drake, like, hey, don't get comfortable because if you slip up, I'm going to be right there. So, no, I'm with you 100%. I'm going Tyrese Knight. I love showing love to Montorie Foster Jr. as well. You good, Paul?
Yeah, I was just – we're on radio. Nobody can see what I'm doing.
I know, but I'm just connected. What
I was going to do, you know how I do. I start to look at things. Hey, let me go and follow up with that. The one thing that Tyrese Knight looks so much bigger. When he came and did the post-game interviews with his pads on, so I couldn't tell from there. But he just looks like – so I was just going to see has he put on weight since his rookie year. Because he was about 220. I think they had him listed a little bit higher than that. He might be into the 230s, but he didn't look that his rookie year. Yeah. And so now I don't know what they have him listed at. You guys have better eyes than I do.
Also, it looked as if he was – I remember last year Coach McDonald said that he's going to make – he's like a tackle machine. He's going to make a lot of tackles, but you don't always feel confident in how he gets to the tackle, which means he may not take on the assignment the way he needs to take it on or whatever, but he's good at having that feel where the ball's going to go and he's going to go make a tackle. And I think today he put all of it together, something that they could trust in, that they can trust his eyes because they kind of know what he's doing and how he's doing it, and then he can then also go be this tackling machine that he was, the reputation he had coming in.
2 forced fumbles last year, so we knew he had it in him, but you got to put it all together. Also, he was on the Bump and Stacy show and he said he got a nutritionist and he locked in. So maybe that's what you're seeing there, Paul Moyer.
You know what stat I would love for them to do is how many, when you make a tackle, particularly in the run game, where is it? Is it average 5 yards downfield? Is it 3 yards? And the same thing even in the passing game too. Do you make the tackle immediately, or is something where the guy's made 5-6 yards of yaks?
Right.
Because we've seen it. You guys know, we've seen guys who've had lots of tackles. And you go, that's just not productive tackles. I mean, that's just stats.
Average depth of tackles, I think.
That would be good.
That would be the stat right there. Cornell, get on it.
Physics. Let's get some physics stuff in there, too.
Get on this right now.
Yes.
All right. Next week, what are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, I wish I was going because I do like Nashville. I mean, that's a fun little town to hang out. So Dave Wyman, who gets to go down for the joint practice early, should have a good time. I think we're just going to see it a lot cleaner. I think they're going to get in, watch film. I think Coach Mike is has been hard. Not hard. I got to rephrase it. They've talked about that he really challenges the offensive coaches, right? And so they're going to go through that, and you're going to get Fleury for the first time, have that post game, and I think he's going to probably pump him up and all that stuff, because you can't look at statistics and success in preseason. You got to see who's out there, and I think they hang their hat on that first drive, which was very good. So I just think you're going to see a lot cleaner football. They're going to emphasize tackling, and look, we had 8 penalties. It was a sloppy game. And so I think we'll clean that up.
Yeah, I think that they're going to look for that type of stuff. And then also when you're in those joint practices, trying to keep everybody healthy and get something out of it, but not have people hurt. I think they run a little bit differently than they used to be. I did 2 joint practices in my career and fought through all of them. So it's just like there was no work getting done. I was just throwing jabs and haymakers the whole time. So hopefully they, it seems like last year they had a good experience with it, and then the team benefited. So hopefully they come away with the same thing.
Yeah, joint practices are fun. I liked them. I didn't fight through them all, Big Ray, but it's nice to go against someone multiple times in a row that's not your own team after a whole camp. But old face that they're going to see, Robert Saleh, the new head coach of the Tennessee Titans. I think that's pretty cool. He was the defensive quality control when we won the Super Bowl here. So good for him to have that job. But I'm just looking forward to the starters. I think just to see, even if we just see a series, maybe 2 next week, I think you just look forward to that, see how crisp they look, get some film, get some game film for them to kind of go over. You just heard Coach McDonald in his presser. He just said, hey, it's so nice to actually have some real film.
Right.
We can actually go through instead of just the practice stuff. And so it goes to the same. Now get some real film on the starters, see how crisp they're going, and then go from there. But nothing too crazy for next week.
1 game down, 2 more to go before they officially count. Today's final score, Cowboys 17, Hawks 7. You've been listening to the Columbia Bank Radio Network. I'd like to thank the people who make our broadcast possible. Pre-game engineer, Matt Nelson. On-site engineer, Zach Davies. Production assistant is Lily Coleman and Ryan Gildersleeve. Studio coordinators, Brady Robick and Nick Neihart. Executive producer of the Columbia Bank Radio Network is Nasa Chobe. The Seahawks are back in action next Sunday, August 23rd against the Tennessee Titans from Nashville. Pre-game coverage begins at 3 p.m. on the Columbia Bank Radio Network. For Paul Moyer, Ray Roberts, and Brian Walters, I'm Michael Bumpus. Seahawks fall to the Cowboys 17-7. Talk to you guys next week.
All right, that was a little bit of the Seahawks postgame. Just wanted to give you guys anything you might have missed from that. And one thing we hadn't talked about that they mentioned there, Ian, is that our coworker, Michael Bumpus, did some filling in for the second quarter of the game, and he did a fantastic job.
I loved it. I was at the game, and so not really paying attention to the live feed, and then went to the bathroom in the second quarter and heard Bump over the speakers. I was like, oh, hey, I know that guy. And then actually ran into him walking around the concourse, and so got to just say what's up and tell him good job. Don't worry, everybody out there listening, Rabes isn't going anywhere. Bump's just getting some reps in, practicing a little bit. He's doing play-by-play coverage with I think he's doing some college football stuff this year, maybe.
Yes.
So just doing some more practice. Fun to get a fresher voice on the station.
Yes, and I know Wyman was impressed working with him. He just eats, sleeps, and breathes football. So happy to hear him have that opportunity and kill it. Good job, Bump. Also, what he mentioned there at the end is that the next preseason game is against the Tennessee Titans, so they will be having that much-anticipated joint practice this Friday. I know Dave Wyman will be out there, so we'll probably touch base with him. We've had some fun interviews when those are going on, where Wyman literally calls us from the field. He can give us some play-by-play of the potential fights, because, those things have a tendency to get a little chippy, but it's a fun time. So looking forward to that. I hope you guys had fun with us. The first hour, Brady Henderson, ESPN Seahawks reporter, and Brock Heward are going to be taking you the rest of the way. We have Kate Scott, who called the Seahawks Cowboys preseason game and is also Brock's partner as voices of Madden. She'll be joining us at 7:30, and then Brock and Brady are going to take you through their biggest takeaways from the Seahawks Cowboys game at 8:30. Make sure you stay with us. You're listening to the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football, little Seahawks style?
The The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Keep summer going during the Toyota National Sales Event at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, with additional inventory at both stores on 2026 Camrys, Corollas, and Prius. Through August 31st, see your North and South Toyota dealers for exceptional offers on cars in the Corolla and Camry families, along with the Prius. Visit either store and test drive one and take that car home the same day. Whether you're in the North or the South, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien. Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way. But the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I want a woman. I want a big girl.
See the hysterical Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias when he takes the stage at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Saturday, August 29th at 5:30 and 9:30 p.m.
This way, we both can agree on the temperature of the thermostat.
He's sold out stadiums around the world, and now he's coming to Muckleshoot Casino Resort on August 29th. Get tickets before they're gone to laugh out loud with Gabriel Iglesias at muckleshootcasino.com.
It's been really cool to see what the cameras and microphones capture during training camp. One of my favorite scenes was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with the Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback Checking Account. Hey, it's not life-changing money, but if it's more than what you're currently getting from your checking account, open an account at harborstone.com/cash. The PNW Cashback Checking Account is free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online just like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
Paid political announcement.
If you care about keeping groceries affordable, listen up. Seattle City Hall is considering an ordinance that could put grocery discounts, rewards, and coupons, otherwise known as your everyday savings, at risk. As the cost of living continues to climb, Seattleites rely on grocery store rewards programs to help stretch their household budgets. Now, City Hall wants to take these away. The mayor's proposed fair pricing ordinance could have the exact opposite outcome and make everyday living more expensive for those already struggling to get by. Protect Seattle Savings is a coalition dedicated to defending the everyday savings that Seattle families rely on. We're working with the mayor's office to improve the proposal and keep costs down, but we could use your help. If you care about keeping groceries affordable, visit protectseattlesavings.com to learn more and join the cause. Again, visit protectseattlesavings.com now to learn more.
Paid for by Protect Seattle Savings.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Michelle here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with 30% off Duration, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products. August 14th through the 24th. You know, I'm looking at these studio walls and I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Get that Cardinal spirit going. Yeah, I like that. Order online, get everything delivered right to your door, or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, here we go on a Monday morning. Mr. Brady Henderson, the Hitman, in today, rocking that stash. You're liking that stash. I mean, you're looking exactly like Houston Astros first baseman Christian Walker.
Is that right?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I'm kind of tripping right now. And I would love to know what Naylor said to Christian Walker in the ninth inning last night when he grounded out for the first out of the inning, and Christian Walker started throwing F-bombs right back at him. And that was kind of the weekend for the for the Mariners, Brady. I know you were locked in on everything Seahawks, and we will be largely over the course of these next 3 hours. And kudos to Mora. Look at that text line in front of you, Brady. That text line pumping up Mora. Mora's like that ready squad. She's on the all-70 ready squad, and she got her start, and she just absolutely crushed it that hour. So, and she did what I kind of have to do a little bit, because the Mariners had a little bit of life, Brady. They are here's your world. You ready?
Yeah.
They are a 5-7 football team. Back in the day when you started covering football and it was 16 games, so let's just think about it in a 16-game season. Okay. They were a 5-7 team that just played the division leader, who was, say, 7-5. And it's a game like you got to have. Like you go down 5-8 and they get to 8-5 over the final 20% of the season, going to be kind of tough to do, right? That's really where they were at. They lose this series. They get swept in this series. They're 7, 8, 9 games back. Like it's going to be really difficult, almost superhuman to come back. But instead, they find a way to take 2 out of 3. Really outplayed them, all 3. Could have swept them. Just kind of had a tough, bleeders and bloopers to Mooney on Friday night in extra innings. Otherwise, they sweep the Astros. And for the first time, really in months on this show, in this city, on the Twitter world, in everywhere, there's a little bit of juice that this team is alive. They're alive.
Did you see this happening after, 6 straight losses? Did you see a weekend like this coming?
If it was going to happen, and Mike and I talked about this at the start of this road trip, like if it was going to happen, they got one in New York, and you could kind of like, oh, thank goodness they're not sweat there. Yeah. Thank goodness they found a way to get one. But this is your division rival, and you know this covering the NFC West with the Niners and Rams. It's just different. It's just different. The familiarity breeds contempt. This team in particular owned you. You've now owned them. So all sorts of good stuff. About an hour from now, top of the hour, we'll get to a little bit more of that. Kate Scott, she called the Seahawks games, going to join us in 30, was just texting with her. But beyond the Mariners and beyond the actual football we got to watch, the other big news item came down Saturday afternoon as well as Saturday afternoon with the Devon Witherspoon extension. So, Brady, we've been talking to you about this for on and on and on and months and months and months, and it finally gets done. Was game day kind of the deadline? Was the start of actual playing, even though he didn't play? Was that kind of the deadline, you think, a little bit to spur this final action?
Yeah, I had wondered about that. No, I mean, I think he probably understood that he probably wasn't going to play. Although, I don't know, you never know. Players, maybe they don't really know. I had wondered that when I saw that news came down on Saturday morning, the morning of the first preseason game, is I did wonder if maybe that was, if he had that date in his mind. Look, it never seemed like the deal wasn't going to happen. And I never got the sense that the Seahawks, I always felt like they were prepared all along to make him the highest paid cornerback in football. So it never felt like there was this huge gap between them. Yeah. The Seahawks seemed motivated to get that deal done all along. And I never felt like they weren't they weren't willing to make him the highest paid guy. I don't really know what exactly the holdup was. And John Schneider, with Steve Rabel on the pregame radio show, said it. That deal took a long time. And I know that deal took way longer than the Seahawks expected because they turned their attention to it right after they extended Jackson Smith and Jigba in March. So, we can theorize that it, probably had something to do with the fact that Christian Gonzalez also up for a top of the market extension. They share the same agent, so that was probably one complicating factor there. Whatever the reason, it got done, and it got done before that first preseason game.
Well, you mentioned John Schneider, Steve Rabel. Would you like to hear that sound? Because the sound hound, she was busy all weekend. She wasn't just preparing for the 6 a.m. hour to knock it out of the park. She does more than anybody else, cutting sound, putting it all together. Here was John Schneider, cut number 8. As he mentioned, talking with Steve Rabel on how this deal with Spoon finally got done.
Well, it's a win-win. It's a great deal for Spoon. It's a great deal for the organization. He'll be with us for the next 6 years now, next 6 seasons, and he's such a great guy, such a high-end competitor. Obviously, the instincts, the anticipation, but just the juice he brings and the way he treats everybody in the building. It's just, he's a special person. So I give Joey Lane a ton of credit. This took forever. Yeah, Joey had a lot of patience with this, and we worked through it and finally got it done first thing this morning.
Little WWE John right there.
Oh,
huh?
Yeah. Okay.
I was a little surprised by that too. I was like, this doesn't sound like he normally sounds.
Okay, so I heard, I got my hands on the clip of the whole interview, and Steve Rabel's voice also sounds different in there. So
maybe
something is going on.
Maybe something.
Mike was distorted or something. Maybe.
Yeah, a little distortion. There you go, Ian. A little distortion. So, personal note, personal question, Brady. I love those as much as anything else.
Yeah, I know you do.
So you wake up Saturday, and how does this go down? Like, I think Shefty broke this one, right? It wasn't Jay. So Shefty breaks it. Does he give you a little heads up as a teammate? Do you guys chat a little beforehand? How does all that go down Saturday?
No. No heads up. But, in cases like this, look, it's been clear that the Seahawks and Devon Witherspoon's people have been working on this for a long time. So when it's something that I know is coming at some point, I will pre-write a news story. And you just sort of leave a couple blanks in there. You leave the dollar amounts blank. And so I had probably, of the story that went up on ESPN.com, I had probably 90% of that written.
Look at you, man. The separation and the preparation, dog. Look at you.
Yeah, and that's helpful when, if you happen to be on a golf course or something, that you just, fire off a couple updates and you're good to go.
There you go. Now, we don't know the numbers yet, right? That's kind of the next part, maybe the last parcel of this story. We know the overall numbers. We know he's the highest paid on average. We know. Do we anticipate that this is going to be like every other Seahawk extension, that this is going to fold into year 4, year 5, kind of the JSN model, the cross model, the model that really benefits the team? Do you have a sense that it's going to fold in that way?
Yeah, I don't know why this would be any different. I mean, they have a pretty established way of doing contracts. And what you're talking about there, for people who don't know, is they typically don't fully guarantee money beyond the first year of the deal. So the signing bonus is obviously fully guaranteed. That first year base salary is fully guaranteed. And then the guarantees beyond that are for injury at time of signing. And then, for the next couple years, they will, contract lingo, they will vest into full guarantees. It's usually 5 days after the Super Bowl that year. So that's what does that really matter to the average fan? Probably not a whole lot.
It doesn't, but it matters to the 70 strong.
Right.
It matters that you're going to do what everybody else has always done here. It matters that you're not going to try to break the bank and have this tied to the salary cap. I saw some of that news coming out of New England and everything else, and just try to do it differently when it's like, no, this is the way everybody has done it. And we had to strangle Mark Rodgers and Russell Wilson to finally get him to understand that we all do this thing together. And much of the contracts, correct me if I'm wrong on that, are kind of done in a similar vein. Like if, we're going to ask JSN to do this and we're going to ask Cross to do this, we're going to ask you to do that as well. Fold this in to the current deal so you get your money, you get to be the highest paid, but we also have the opportunity to do what we need to do as a team and have flexibility.
Yeah, and this is contract wise, this is an organization that we've known they hold firm. They have not broken the precedent of not extending a guy, when he has more than one season left on his contract. I mean, they did it with Cross, but he had already, that was during the playoffs last season. So he had technically played out the 3 regular seasons of his rookie contract. So yeah, they don't do extensions more than a year out. They don't fully guarantee money beyond the first year of the deal. And, they've been doing it that way for quite a while.
Okay. So the hay's in the barn now. Devon's done. I'll ask you in Blue 88 if there's anybody left. And did you get any sense being around that team? Any sense in listening to Mike and listening to John and listening to Spoon during the game? Like, did you get any sense that this is going to fuel that locker room that much more? Like, build that much more continuity, confidence, everything else? Or is this just kind of, hey, man, as Mike likes to say, this is just kind of the process, the way we go about it. You got yours. Now let's go eat.
Yeah, I would say the phrase we hear a lot around there is business as usual. And I think it's probably that, because this was not it was kind of hanging overhead, but it wasn't like a holdout or even a hold in. Devon Witherspoon had been there, and he had been doing everything, and he had been bringing his usual juice to practice. And the trend nowadays is so many guys in his situation, they will show up to camp now, and they'll show up to mini camp, show up to training camp, but they might not take part in on-field stuff because it's sort of their way of having it both ways. You show up to avoid the fines, but you don't step on the field and take on the injury risk while your contract situation is up in the air. He didn't do that. He was there every day practicing with his usual intensity. So I don't know if it's going to be that much of a change. It was a big story, but it wasn't as big of a story as it is when a guy is not practicing.
I think that's well said. That is Brady Henderson in all day today, in with me on Wednesday this week as well. A bunch of football, as I said, for Mariners fans. I know. I feel you out there. Moore feels you. Ian feels you. Like, yes, for the first time and sometime, they actually played the kind of ball we wanted to see. I'll give you some sound. We'll fill in those details. We'll weave that in over the course of the day. And, oh, by the way, they played football on Saturday night as well. Kate Scott will be with us in 20. Brady and I will give you a ton of takeaways from all of that. A busy little Monday here on Brock and Salk, and you're listening to it on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football, little Seahawks style?
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know.
Well, I think all of you know out there in Seattle sports land, it's going to be a heavy little football conversation. The Mariners are off today, but my goodness. You know what? This is one of those situations, Brady, where they have earned the right to have the conversation because it was a heck of a baseball weekend. Started on Friday. I think I tweeted, I hate baseball. Brock Rodden does his thing, the little call-up. He's 5'6", little fire plug from Oklahoma. Phenomenal story. He adds on in the 10th inning. They take a 7-5 lead. Like they're going to win the opening series in Houston. Here we go. And then just bled to death. Paper cuts. I mean, just bloop here, bloop there. 3-run homer, they lose. I hate baseball. And then the team responds, and they come back Saturday, and they pound Houston 10-5. And then yesterday, game shouldn't have been as close as it was, and it turned out, well, this was the deciding factor, Cal Raleigh in those beloved Crawford boxes.
The pitch to Cal. Swung on, hit high, a towering fly ball left field. Does it have enough? It's back. It's deep. It is gone.
into the Crawford boxes. Cal Raleigh, a majestic home run. The Mariners add one more. It's 3-1.
Yeah, Houston would get one back. It'd get to 3-2. Some enormous pitches. Sir Anthony had his best pitch of the season, maybe pitch of the year, on a 2-strike splitter that he gets Varsho with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. Munoz, just absolute fire. 102 miles an hour to close it out. Wu gives you 6 innings. You had to have that series, Brady. As I said, you're a 5-7 NFL football team back in the day. You had to have that one, an off day today before they go to Milwaukee.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, there was kind of like one highlight Saturday night. Is that fair? Kind of. I mean, Tyrese Knight was awesome.
Yeah,
he was a machine. I'll get to some of him in takeaways. But I think this might have been Rabel's only highlight of the whole night.
Dallas is going to rush 4. Lock sets. Throws to the middle of the field. Ball is caught. Touchdown, Seahawks. What a shot.
Montori Foster Jr.
Montori Foster Jr. We have been talking about this young man. A 5-yard touchdown reception.
Okay. All right,
Are you hearing something out here?
Something's in the system. What is? We're like sped down, right? Isn't that what it is? Like, you got a dart in your neck.
Yeah,
like
that's it sounds like, in Scream, like when they you make a call and you don't want the person to hear whose voice it is. So
Yes.
it sounds a little different. Like witness protection program type stuff.
You crazy, Brady. You crazy. You got a dart in your neck.
What were we talking about?
That was about the only highlight? That was about the only highlight?
That was a crazy play. If you watch that, from like the sort of behind angle, Drew Lock throws that ball.
Tight window.
Yeah, well, not only a tight window, Montori Foster's head is nowhere near being turned around. In fact, it's not until that ball is about probably over halfway there that Montori Foster turns around. And that just strikes me as, look, these are backup guys who have gotten a lot of reps together. There's probably quite a bit of built-up trust between those two guys. And, maybe that's not a throw that Sam Darnold attempts with Montori Foster just because they're not working together nearly as often, if at all, like Drew Lock and Montori Foster are. Foster could have had another touchdown. Lock slightly overthrew him on that go ball down the left sideline. This guy, we'll get into him in takeaways, man. This guy, he makes at least a play a day.
He's got a little juice to him, huh?
Yeah.
He remind you of anybody you've covered the last 10, 11 years?
Well,
there's a little Doug Baldwin in the body type.
Yeah.
There's a little Doug Baldwin in some of the, he doesn't have his, short area quickness. Doug was truly one of the greatest Seahawks ever. So I'm not going to crown him in that way. But just from a game, a movement, a feel, just an edge, an undrafted, there's some Doug Baldwin to Montori Foster Jr.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of receivers who pop in the offseason, but it's one thing to do it in the spring when it's no contact, defensive backs are basically conceding catches. This guy continues to do it in the summer, and he's done it in training camp, and now he's doing it in preseason games. So that's it starts to get a little bit more real at that point.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm not kind of excited to hear all the sound in the system. I want to play the Rashad. That was the other highlight, his punt return, but we'll do that a little bit later. Please tell me the microphones were not under or over modulated at the press conference, because here's Mike McDonald. When he was asked about Spoon's deal and putting this whole thing together, you said this last segment, Brady. We all know this. Spoon's work ethic, his passion, his desire, it's not any way dictated by how many zeros are in the contract. Here was Mike McDonald talking about Spoon.
Well, that paints a great picture, John. Like he's just infectious and he loves the game. We were talking today. He's just, people would, hopefully he doesn't mind me sharing this, but people would talk to him about, asking him why he's doing what he's doing. He's like, yeah, I love the game of football, and there's a season you're ready for. He kind of keeps the main thing without getting distracted by all the extra stuff. He also probably feels, he's also a great teammate. He just wants to be there for the guys, and how our team plays is important to him, which is really cool.
Mike and I have had this discussion over the years, Brady, and a lot more like 10 years ago than the last 7-8 years. Because I think these clubhouses and locker rooms, with all the continuity the Mariners and the Seahawks have had in the front office, they've brought in a lot of dudes that really care, high care factor. And, but early on, I'd say you'd be surprised how many, if they didn't get paid, they wouldn't play this game. The love of the game, right? For the love of the game. This dude loves the game.
He really does. Yeah, and that is obvious. If you ever go out to Seahawks practice, and then I think they're done with the open practices this summer, but if you ever get a chance to do that, just spend a few minutes watching Devon Witherspoon. And this guy, his energy is off the charts. Even when the music is playing, you can hear him cheering and yelling. And the other day, there was this guy who I think had just arrived, like this defensive back who made a play in practice. And this guy might not be here for more than a week. And he makes a play, and Devon Witherspoon is the first guy over, hyping him up and congratulating him. So that's the sign of a good teammate. That's the sign of a guy who just really likes being out there playing football. And one of many reasons why the Seahawks paid him the way that they did.
That is everything you need to know. All sorts of fun sound play over the weekend. The play on the field Saturday night got a little rough. And I was going back and forth with some different folks. And I know 70 strong is the mantra. And, it's going to take all 70. And we've been bragging about that. But going back and actually rewatching the game last night to put my takeaways and notes together, that was not a lot of 70 strong. That was like 71 through 90 on the roster. I mean, just guys that realistically are not going to be here. I hate to say that and counting those kind of numbers, but it's going to be really, really hard. And I think you felt, and that got expressed a lot. Like, this is not just the backups. This is the backups to the backups. And in some cases, as you mentioned, guys kind of right off the streets trying to fit in. And it just, there was not a lot of great football in that second half. And I think Mike kind of felt that way. Didn't he feel it at the press conference?
Oh, yeah.
At the podium?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like the 12 showed up. Like, it was loud. It was proud. It was beautiful. Everything was there. And I don't care who's playing. I mean, that's like, you put on the uniform, you got to play to our standard. That was not their standard. She was on the call of it Saturday night with Mike B and Mike Robb and Cliff Averill and all the crew. Kate Scott was on the call. What did she see? More importantly, what'd she hear maybe in those production meetings beforehand? Kate Scott. She'll join Brady and I next right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game coming up Saturday against the Cowboys at Lumen. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Hey, I know something you probably haven't done in a while. Climb into your crawl space or your attic. Yeah, me neither. Mike Salk here. And most homeowners avoid those areas for good reason. But it's important to check on them regularly, especially here in the Northwest, where groundwater can wreak havoc and many homes lack the proper insulation in these spaces. So when it's hot in the summer, your house gets even hotter. And guess what? When it's cold in the winter, your house gets even colder because you don't have enough insulation. The good news, you don't have to crawl into those dingy areas, because Crawl Pros will do it. They go where you don't want to. That's what they did at my house. They found a little rodent intrusion, and they found the insulation problem. So, yeah, they can help you get it all fixed, just like they did with me. And if you need any work done, local utility companies offer rebates that could save you thousands on your project. Don't just assume that your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Are you looking to buy a house, but like everyone, you're priced out of the Bellevue, Kirkland, and Seattle market? Many buyers have the income, the credit, and the desire to own, but simply don't have the down payment, often at least $75,000 just for a starter home. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue with a great opportunity for home buyers. Introducing our Legacy Opportunity Loan. Legacy Group Capital has a select group of 100 new construction, single-family, and townhomes in the top Western Washington locations. Acquire a new construction home with no down payment, allowable closing costs paid, and a competitive rate. Yes, that's no down payment and some closing costs paid by Legacy. A wise man once said, the hardest part of winning in real estate is just getting in. And now you can with our Legacy Opportunity Loan. So get in the game.
Limited properties available to qualified Washington borrowers. Learn more about this limited opportunity at LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital LLC at MLS ID 99045. Visit LegacyG.com for additional program details.
Every jersey tells a story.
So many people dressed in Seahawk blue.
From unforgettable touchdowns.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Jackson Smith-Njigba, Johnny on the spot.
To game-changing hits.
He gets hit again. Leonard Williams drags him down.
To memorable catches.
Jordan dropped back to pass in the end zone to Larkin. Touchdown Seahawks!
History lives in every thread. Shop official Seahawks jerseys in-store at Lumen Field, The Landing in Renton, or online at Seahawks.com/pro-shop.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, no Salky, so bear with me. It's the hitman, Brady Henderson from ESPN. You all know and love and gotten to know Brady over the years. Brady, I get to introduce to you somebody that I've gotten to know and love and enjoy the last number of years. She's, let's see, let me get this right. She's the voice of Madden. She's the voice of the Sixers. She's the voice of the WNBA and Ion. She's the voice of the NWSL. She's an air traffic controller with the Seahawk preseason football. Did I get that right, Kate?
We're tired is what we are, Brock. We are tired. And I need to hear more about this hitman nickname, because there was only one hitman I knew growing up, and he wore pink and black tights. So what is Brady wearing today? That's what I want to know.
That's all he wears exclusively.
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes in here in spandex and pink spandex.
It's a good thing the shot is from the waist up here.
Yeah, well, it's a choice, but the older I get, Brady, then you get less chafage, on the thighs. So I understand. I respect it.
Yeah.
Oh, good to chat with you guys.
That is a great Brett the Hitman Hart reference. I do appreciate that.
What did we see, hear, and feel over the weekend in Seattle, Kate?
Oh, man. Well, first of all, every time I go back, Brock, I just freaking love that place. I love you guys in Seattle. Like, the city is gorgeous. The stadium is incredible. Every preseason, there's a couple of friends. Unfortunately, they were a couple of Cowboys fans' friends who I only talk to on rare occasions, but they were at Lumen for the first time. And I said, you guys, just wait. You think you're going to a chill preseason game, but there's going to be moments where it feels like you were in a big moment in a regular season game. And the 12s are incredible. I was, even though it was vanilla, I'm excited about this Brian Fleury offense, you guys. Just right, like the motions, different guys getting involved. You know, Brock, from our work together on Madden, love an H-back. Anytime we can get a fullback involved, your girl gets excited. Make whatever jokes you want to about that, Brady. And you know, shout out to Tyrese Knight, because I know it's been a tough couple of seasons for that kid. And I know it's just a preseason game, but it was great to see him pop in and getting some stuff going on defense for the Hawks. So those were the main things that stood out to me.
Yeah, and I don't know if you said anybody's name on Saturday night more than you said Tyrese Knight's name. 10 tackles, a couple passes defensed. What did you see from him?
Yeah, just awesome, Brady, right? I mean, that's what being a pro is all about. He was a starter, lost his spot to Drake. Now he's trying to prove it once again, right? And those are the guys that I always love. I'm sure a lot of you do as well, that don't back away from a challenge, that when they get knocked back a little bit, they're like, okay, let's reset. Let's see what I need to do differently and better so that I can be a part of that conversation again. So I loved his energy and chase towards the ball. That was one of the big things that Mike McDonald told us on Friday on our meetings, right? Like, as Michael B said on the broadcast, it's not always easy in that first preseason game for defenders because you haven't gotten to wrap up and like really tackle guys that much in camp. So there's going to be some misses, but just his energy and effort, getting to the football, getting to the guy, that was what Mike Mack said. He just wanted to see just guys get after it and get fired up and see who had the most energy and effort, and then they would fine-tune the details from there. So I was just really happy for him. I love his fight. And, yeah, I'm excited to see what he does the next couple of weeks, too.
Take me into the production meetings a little bit Friday, Kate, because those are the things of everything that I miss doing the job. I miss game day and great games and all that, and the camaraderie of the crew and the team, and that's super, super fun. But I do miss sitting with coaches and getting inside and in those environments where others don't get to be. And I know some of that you can't share all of it, but just – a pro like you that has been around this a long time in different places and different production meetings, what was Friday's tenor like?
Yeah, it's so great. That's one of the best parts of the job, right, Brock? Like, it's insight, it's trust, it's relationship building that if you do it right and you're lucky enough, you get to do for a number of years and really get to see inside what makes these guys tick. So we talked with Cooper Kupp and Byron Murphy first. Knew they weren't going to play, but right, it's fun to ask kind of the old heads about the new guys, who they're looking out for. And first and foremost, because we talked to Coop, I think before the last preseason game last year, to me, I was just so happy to see he looked lighter. And I'm not talking about like in a weight sense. He just looked so happy and calm and relaxed, because last year was like a big shakeup for him, right? Like he was top of the top with the Rams, and they were like, "All right, bro, see you later. We got Puka Nacua." And I think that was a lot of stuff he had to work through last year. So just to see how happy and content and relaxed he looked, he was just so effusive about Jax. I loved. He said, one of the things about Jax is playing receiver it's an art form, and each of us paint in a different way. And maybe I'll be able to get this into a game, but I don't know if either of those guys are going to play. So I'm breaking the news here. And he was like, and Jax often goes against certain things that we're taught to do as receivers, but it works for him. It works for him. And he's like, and that's making me think outside the box a little bit more, even though I've been doing this for, a decade plus now. So he's like, that's awesome. Talked about the competition between those two and Spoon, and how incredible it is to have one of the best at the position defending those guys on the same team, and how hard that makes practice and how sometimes easy that can make the games. Byron Murphy, man, he is such a great dude. You guys know that, but I love when I can make guys laugh. And you guys can all tell, right? He looks different. And so I was like, Murph, we just got to start out, bro. Like, you look fantastic. What's been going on? Like, you changed the diet. His face lit up. He was like, yo, thank you, girl. Thank you for noticing. And he was like, yo, man, I hired a private chef. Like, I'm sleeping better. He's like, I'm stealing Jay Reed's. I'm stealing his whole routine. He's like, that dude has been doing this for a decade. I want to be that dude. So, again, just seeing the connection between guys, which – finally, fans are really getting to see on Hard Knocks, which I'm so excited about. So there was that. Yep. And then we talked to Brian Fleury, and I was intrigued, right? You see pictures of him, you're like, what's this dude going to be like? Is he like, getting back to our wrestling conversation, like he's got the long goatee, the shaved head? Is he like, yeah, offense, football, rah? And that was not the case at all. He's so introspective and so thoughtful. And I was intrigued, you guys. You look at coordinators' resumes, and usually it's like, right, he was an offensive quality control guy, and then he was a wide receivers coach, and maybe like a game coordinator, and then he's an OC. But you look at Fleury's resume, he's literally done everything on both sides of the football. So I was fascinated by that, right? Like, why was that happening? And he said it's been so beneficial, right? Because now he knows so many more details that a guy running an offense wouldn't know, because he's worked on the defensive side of the football for so long. He's played against Seattle for so many years in a row. So just really thoughtful guy. And the line that he said that stuck out, and I will wrap up this really long podcast, not radio answer after this. And he just said, my job is to find guys' superpowers, figure out what their superpowers are, and then combine all those superpowers into making them a super team. And then just Mike McDonald's just so comfortable and confident. And, he said last year preseason, like, this feels like my team now. And now this year he's like, yeah, just ready to take it to the next level, right? To run it forward, like they're saying. So, yeah, just super lucky. We're all so lucky to cover this team.
Yeah, Fleury is really an interesting guy, with his background, because not only offense, defense, but special teams coordinator, yeah. I think early in his coaching career in college, played quarterback, even worked on the analytics side for a couple seasons in Miami. Kate, that was such a great answer. I got to double up on the behind-the-scenes questions. I have a million football questions I could ask you, but behind the scenes, what is it? I got to know, what is it like working with Michael Bennett?
Well, it's pretty fun. I mean, he's not what you kind of would expect to get. He's doing his thing.
Brock, why are the two biggest dudes that I work with, Michael Bennett and Joel Embiid, why do they have like the sweetest, kindest voices?
Well, that's just
LeBron
football.
James is on our.
That's how we that's how we play football. Okay, that's just what we do.
Brock's been practicing that.
No, actually, I'm not.
I mean, it's really impressive. It's really impressive. You should hear some of the voices he does when we're recording in Madden, Brady. Unfortunately, those ones don't make the cut. But Brock probably could sense this. I was like a proud mama on the broadcast this week because, right, like Michael Bennett, Mike B, and Cliff Averill, they don't broadcast. Like Robinson and I are the broadcasters. But I thought he was doing such a great job this year, like getting out of the way, making a point, and then, letting me call the play or letting Mike Robb get in. I thought Cliff's questions for the guys on the sideline were awesome. But Mike B is, to me, he is like the perfect representation of Seahawks football, right? Like, was one of the gnarliest, best defenders when he was with LOB, winning the Super Bowl all those years ago. But he is also kind of like Leo now, right? Like the kindest, gentlest soul. He's so into art and architecture and furniture and fashion, loves his family so much. So he's a big teddy bear who, if you're wearing a Dallas Cowboys uniform, is going to bite your head off, which is my favorite kind of football players.
I'm just a warrior in the lava rock in Hawaii. I'm just a warrior. There's warriors in the garden, and then there's warriors over there in Hawaii. And Michael Bennett is the latter on that one. Kate Scott, voice of Madden, voice of the Sixers. You know her here in Seattle, the voice of the Seahawks preseason football the last couple years. Hey, last thing here for you, Kate. What do you, after that game, And we had the director of Hard Knocks on Friday. He was great. He did an awesome job with us. What do you think just knowing television entertainment, what do you think Tuesday's Hard Knocks is going to be full of?
Ooh, what is that going to be full of? Well, probably a lot of pissed off coaches conversations, right? I hope that we get the Montorie Foster story, right? Like, that was so fun. What an awesome story of resilience and grit that guy was. So happy that he scored. What else?
Mike was pretty. I know you probably have to pack up and get going and everything else, so you're not listening and reacting to the press conference. But Brady was there. Mike was pretty. Okay. How would you characterize Mike at the podium, Brady?
Yeah.
He was disappointed. Yeah, and he did not hide that. It wasn't like dour. I mean, he was sort of making light of it. You know, sort of cracked a couple jokes, but he was not happy with how they played, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many penalties, and like that's the thing. I wasn't. Because the whole Super Bowl team is pretty much back, right? So I wasn't expecting there to be as many flashes as we've seen in previous preseasons because most of the roster spots are set. And like most of the guys that were playing were 2s and 3s and 4, but I was a little bit disappointed as well. I was expecting fewer mistakes, a little more continuity. Like I was hopeful that Jalen Milroe would make a couple more plays, right? And that was one of my favorite conversations during the broadcast when the mics were going back and forth that and you can see it happening in real time. I thought Mike Robb was spot on. Like Jalen's thinking about using his legs, but he's like, no, I'm a quarterback. I got to stay in the pocket and throw the ball. And that was one of the things that Mike McDonald told us in the meeting. I'll leave you guys with that and you can take it. He was like, dude, I want you to go. You got something that no other quarterback in the NFL has. You got 4.3 speed. Yes, go through your reads, go through your progressions. If nothing's there, bro, take off and show it. I want him to take off and show it, but you can tell he's still not comfortable getting there. So I hope that in the next few weeks we'll see that.
Fine line. It's a blessing and a curse to have that kind of juice, right? Because you also want to play the game in the pocket. To sustain in this league, and you watch Sam Darnold win the Super Bowl playing the game in the pocket. So it is that fine razor's edge that he is navigating. Kate Scott, you're the best. I appreciate it. Can't wait to be back with you in our little forts, you in Philly, me in Colorado, doing our Madden thing here soon enough. And appreciate all the insights. We really do appreciate you, Kate. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on. Hitman, great to chat with you.
You as well, Kate. Thank you.
There she goes, Kate Scott, on to her next venture. Truly, she's the voice of the 76ers. She is one of the voices of Madden with me. I've had an absolute blast the last 4 years. Brady getting to know her, and we record once every week or every other week. Just so much fun. She does WNBA. She does professional women's soccer. She is just relentless, and truly, as you could hear in her voice there, just loves this team and loves the opportunity to call these Seahawk preseason games. She'll help with one of my takeaways, by the way, something she mentioned there in production meetings. We will do takeaways, a full slate of them, about 45 minutes from now. But right now, Brady, how about a little Blue 88?
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hey, Soundhound. I know I'm going to need Kate. Yeah, I know I'm going to need Kate's answer there with JSN for tomorrow for Brian Walters. Brian Walters will be in tomorrow. Brady back in on Wednesday when she was talking how Cooper Kupp is just JSN's made him rethink it. And how could you not think about Hard Knocks in that moment, Brady, when the receiver coach and him are like, well, I need you to do I'm doing that, but I'm doing it my way. Such a good little back and forth there. But question number 1, I'll ask you 2 of these 3, Brady. Question number 1 for you with the Devon Witherspoon deal done, and we talked about that at the start of the show. Is there a next order of business with any contracts, extensions? Schefter, Jay, anybody going to be breaking some contract news in the days or weeks ahead?
Well, the first one that comes to mind is Leonard Williams, and I don't know, I don't have a great deal of intel on where things stand there, but we do know that Leonard Williams told us a couple weeks ago that the two sides have had conversations. So it does seem like there is motivation on the Seahawks' part to get something done. What would that look like? Look, I think at this stage of his career, Leonard Williams, he probably knows the deal. He's 32 years old. He's probably not going to be in line to reset the market entirely like Jalen Carter just did at $38 million. As accomplished as Leonard Williams is, I think those guys know the deal. When you're 32 years old, your days of being the top paid guy probably over, unless you're Aaron Donald or whoever. So the sort of ballpark figure I have in mind is, look, there's 4 guys making, in terms of interior defensive linemen, making north of $30 million per season. I imagine if you're Leonard Williams, you want to get in that club. You want to be that 5th guy making $30 million per season. If you're the Seahawks, you probably want that number to be below $30 million. So I'm looking at the list of the highest paid interior defensive linemen. Again, no intel on this, just my speculation. I imagine the Seahawks probably want that number to be under $30 million. Dexter Lawrence, who's a close friend of Leonard Williams, he makes $28 million per year. That is sort of the ballpark of where I could see this deal coming in at. Question number 2.
Look at you. Look
You
at
like
you,
that?
Hitman. Look at you. Just on it.
Brock.
Yes.
What sins, and maybe some Cardinal sins, did the 2 quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe and Drew Lock, commit Saturday night?
Yeah, there were some of those. It was not. There were flashes. Kate mentioned flashes. There were flashes of great plays. Drew's touchdown pass, Drew's scramble on 3rd down, extended a play. Jalen had the only 2 explosive runs of the whole game. I'll get to that in takeaways. But then there was the other side of it. And here was Drew talking about what Mike talked about, and that's simply the operation. This would be a sin. I'll give you the Cardinal sin that both committed, but here was the sin. Just the operation, cut 14, Drew saying, no, we'll clean that up.
Working through some kinks early. We expect perfection in the operation side. That's something that we preach, and that obviously wasn't there tonight. Something we need to continue to press through training camp. And I think, obviously the quarterback room can lead that, and we're going to.
And I think he's referring to 2 or 3 of the pre-snap penalties, right? You saw Cody White, you saw Jake Bobo, a big one there with Brown. Just some of those that you do control with your tempo, with your pace, with your communication. Those receivers looking at the play clock, you're operating everything. I think for Jalen Milroe to make sure guys not sitting at the line of scrimmage, those linemen got to go.
Yeah.
Right? They don't want to just sit there and wait. So those would be the sins. But the cardinal sin that both committed, unfortunately, Drew, when you run a double move, Brady, and that's what the deep ball to Foster was, They had run a bunch of the short little slants, and I was waiting for Fleury, and it was an awesome play call. And it was just a little slant and go, a little sluggo, we call it, the double move. And when you got somebody beat by 5 to 7 yards, as he did, you know what you cannot do? Cannot overthrow him. Yeah. Underthrow him. Let the DB run into him. There's a spot foul. It's going to be a 30-yard gain. We talk about just putting on his numbers right there. It does not have to be the perfect throw. Just make sure it's on him because he has beaten that guy so badly. And Drew knew it. Everybody knew it. That was a bummer. That was a missed opportunity. And for Jalen on 4th down, you can't get sacked.
Yeah.
Like in Pop Warner football, you can't get sacked. Just throw the ball up into the end zone. You just give somebody a chance to make a play on it. The one thing you cannot do in that situation is take a sack, and especially retreat the way he did. Yeah, those were a couple that will be tough to watch on tape today. Question 3. All right, little personal question, Brady.
Yeah.
I like your personal stuff as much as I do your professional stuff.
This could go anywhere.
Do you go back and watch the television copies of these games? You're there. You're doing your job. You're writing your game story. You're in the locker room. It's a long day, truthfully, for all you that cover the team. You're there hours before, you're there hours later. Do you go back the day after or that night or whatever and watch the TV copy? And if so, was there anything in this one that stood out differently from what your eyes saw in real time?
Yeah, I do go back and watch it, and especially for a game like this, there was other stuff going on with the the Devon Witherspoon extension, the Terrion Arnold signing that John Schneider talked about on his pregame show. So I spent, part of that first half of that game, kind of listening back to that and sending that in. So, yeah, I do watch it. I worked my way through the first half. Still got to rewatch the second half. But I'll tell you what stood out to me, and not that it didn't stand out in real time, Tyrese Knight.
Oh, different.
Tyrese, and we can maybe talk more about him in our takeaways, but he is playing. I mean, he was as Mike McDonald said, he was the best player on the field, and he should have been. This is a guy who has been a starter, and he was playing largely with second, third team guys. And that was on both sides of the ball, playing with and against. So he should stand out, and he did. Flying around the field, playing with thump. What do you like to call it, Brock? Stopping power? There's some stopping power there.
Oh, my gosh.
That he had that, one of the 2 pass breakups he had was a play where he was, showed like he was going to blitz, and then he backed out and got his hands on a ball in the flat. So he was everywhere, man. And look, we have seen Mike McDonald. Kobe Bryant's a good example.
Yep.
If you play, if you earn it, even if you're not a starter, he'll find a way to get you on the field. He did it with Kobe Bryant, and I could see him with the way Tyrese Knight has looked this summer and with the way he played Saturday. If he can keep that up, I think Tyrese Knight is going to force his way onto the field.
Yeah, we will have, that's Blue 88. We will have that conversation in takeaways. I think he was in yours, he was in mine, he was in Mora's, he was in Kate Scott's, he was in everybody as far as what looked like the Super Bowl team from a year ago, the opening drive and Tyrese Knight. And then after that, it just didn't really look and feel like the team we watched, win their last 10 games in a row or darn near it. So, he put on an absolute show. So full slate of takeaways, like it's a regular season game. We'll do that at 8:30. Everything you need to know in about 20 minutes. But, Brady, I got to unpack a little bit of what happened yesterday. Because there was a moment in the Mariners, there were a couple moments. I'm going to unpack 2 of them in particular. And you'll enjoy this journalistically. This will get your journalistic juices flowing. Because there were a couple moments there that were so emblematic in so many ways of this whole season, and yet they were not, because the Mariners delivered in a big way. And we'll get into that with Brady next, right here on Brock Salk on the Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
This was a preseason game that was not good. There was 2 less penalties than points scored. 24 points, 22 penalties in this one. I think what I say about these kinds of games during the preseason in particular is that there's lots of coaching points. There's going to be lots of things that they can go over. Where did we go wrong?
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Nearly 1 in 4 people killed on the road in Washington weren't driving. Pedestrians on our roads are incredibly vulnerable, whether they're facing drunk, drugged, drowsy, or distracted drivers. Pedestrians are defenseless on our streets. That's why Davis Law Group fights for pedestrian accident victims and their loved ones after a crash. Davis Law Group delivers. So if you or a loved one have been injured, call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888 or visit davislawgroupseattle.com.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Fall Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 29th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit luckyoldcar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
One of my favorite scenes from training camp was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with a Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback free checking account. No fees or minimums. Sign up for a membership at Harborstone Credit Union /cash and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Summer is for going big.
Julio! Dead center field, solo home run, 4-0 Mariners.
Summer is for showing out.
Crawford, out of the glove, Emerson to first, what a play!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Cal Raleigh with an RBI double. The big dumper comes through in the clutch.
Where else do you get 9 innings of eye-popping swings and snags? Plus fireworks that make your feet dance and your jaw drop. Oh yeah, and the guys have a dance of their own, a wind dance.
Party time at T-Mobile Park in the sunshine.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The action continues at T-Mobile Park all summer long. Don't miss out on 2 great matchups later this month. Julio and the Mariners are squaring off in back-to-back interleague series against the Chicago Cubs, August 21st to 23rd, and the Philadelphia Phillies, August 24th to 26th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Well, it was a pretty eventful weekend for the Seattle Mariners. It typically is when they go down to Houston, Brady, over the last half decade or so, in particular, as the Astros had won their World Series and been the Goliath in the division, and here come the Mariners chipping away at them. And the thought was, as the Astros start to slide and age, and they definitely have, Correa's on the IL. Altuve is not what he used to be. Alvarez is still not a human, unfortunately, for all of baseball, as he'll be the MVP and Silver Slugger and everything that dude has done. But the thought was, hey, man, kind of like the Niners and the Seahawks years ago with Jim Harbaugh, like as they age out, it's going to be ours. Going to be ours to be had. And last year it was. And the Mariners win 90 games, and they win the division, and they slay Houston. And even this year, in a 59-66 season, they have owned the Houston Astros. And they went down this weekend really in not a, you hate to say a must-win, with still 30-something games to go. But this was a must-win series, if not game, series. And Friday night, I hated baseball. I tweeted it. I just hate this game. It's so infuriating. You do so many things right. Brock Rodden, seriously, you'd love this story. Little 5'6" fire plug from Oklahoma, raised on a ranch and a farm with cows. And he just had to work and grind because he didn't have all the measurables. But, man, he is just a grinder. and he delivers a game-tying double, and then he delivers and adds on in the 10th after Robles gets a big triple, and you're like, yes, here it is, yes. Find a way to beat these, and then you lose. And they hit a 3-1 walk-off, and Mooney, as I said, got kind of just bloops here and bleeders there, and just unfortunate, but they bounced back this weekend. And then, Brady, there was a moment last night. You'll love this just from a journalistic standpoint, just from a storytelling standpoint. So the Mariners are up at that point 2-1. All right, and I played the highlight earlier. I'll play it again. They're up 2-1. Brian Wu is dealing on the road, which, save for his last start, he had not all season. He's dealing. He's striking them out. He's getting it done. The Mariners have so much traffic. They have the bases loaded. They got the Hunter Brown, the pitcher of the Astros, walks 3 guys in a row like he's sped up, like, take this game, and they just can't. They don't get that big hit. They run into an out. Randy gets thrown out at second trying to steal. Like, just, they can't play it. And then Cal Raleigh is up in the 6th. Josh Naylor's on at second base. There's 1 out. It's a 2-0 count. At that point, it's 2-1. You're trying to play add-on, and Naylor gets thrown out at third base. Oh, my gosh. And every Mariner fan, the Pacific Northwest, throws their controller, says things that are inappropriate, kicks something in their living room. Cal Raleigh gives Naylor a little glare, like a 2-0 count, right? In a game we're trying to play a little add-on, and as much as Cal's been struggling, and Naylor's green light, by the way, that's not Dan sending them. That's all Naylor, who had stolen, by the way, it's stolen second, and he's their best base stealer on the team. So you give him that. I know it's crazy to say because he's the slowest guy on the team, but you kind of give him that free rein. He gets thrown out, and you could see in the dugout like, oh no, guys, this is more of the same. Here it is. This is how you lose games, right? This is how they're going to lose games. And then Cal, cut number 1. Cal gets a slider in the middle of the plate and didn't miss this one.
The pitch to Cal. Swung on, hit high, a towering fly ball left field. Does it have enough? It's back. It's deep. It is gone. Into the Crawford boxes. Cal Raleigh, a majestic home run. The Mariners add 1 more. It's 3-1.
So you like a little inside football, right?
Oh, yeah.
You like listening to Kate Scott.
Oh, yeah.
So last night, game ends, Benetti's gassed. He's got to operate a 4-man booth. I mean, it's incredibly. The way that Kate and him can do that, you really don't understand the capacity it takes to do it. Jason is so brilliant. But the director then cuts to Naylor in the dugout, right? After Cal hits this bomb, should be 4-1, right? If you just stay on second, should be 4-1. Big difference, 3-1, 4-1. So they cut to Naylor in the dugout, and you could see him like, oh, of course, right? But then I wanted to watch, and the director kept cutting to Naylor and Cal, and Cal and Naylor and Cal. And unfortunately, the ball was in a different, the conversation was not there. Benetti was like, oh, I saw that. I so wanted to get to that conversation because that's the meat of this season. What are we going to do? Like when adversity hits and struggle hits and there's stuff going on, like what are we going to do? How are we going to respond? And I thought it was so freaking cool that for the first time, and I don't think this is a turning point. I am not going to do that. We've learned our lesson this year. This is not some tentpole moment or anything else because the game got real hairy late at 3-2 and needed some big outs and big pitches, and they got them. But I thought it was just so emblematic of this season of like this back and forth, this tug and pull. We're trying to get right. We're trying to get everybody going. And even in that moment, it should be 4-1. It's not because Naylor gets thrown out at third. But, man, did this team finally respond in a way that Brady, they just had to have it. So we'll see now. Like, again, I'm not going to say this is going to be the juice for all of it. But it was, I don't know, Maura, Ian, you guys were watching it in the bar, different spots. Ian, did that raise your questions or raise your like instincts or raise your like, oh,
I think
of course.
It did. It wasn't even like the outcome of how they were playing, especially I think on Saturday it struck me more stringing things together, playing for each other. Like Naylor getting himself thrown out at third is kind of a microcosm for this season where everybody's playing individual baseball and just trying to get theirs and move the team along however they can personally. And we've seen they have more success when you're just moving the line along.
Yeah, you have to. And now that Brendan Donovan's back in, I think Divish tweeted about that over the weekend, and he is he's gone full shave, no facial hair, Brady. So big bearded guy early in the year.
Maybe he was going to Yankee Stadium. Or they don't do that anymore, right? Can you have facial hair now?
They got rid of that rule.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can have a little.
Well, maybe he was just paying his respects. Can I ask you a quick one, Brock? Now that we've got like the meaningful baseball conversation out of the way, can you explain to me how Naylor is? Granted, notwithstanding getting thrown out in that instance, but can you explain to me how he is as effective of a base stealer as he is?
Yeah. This is an old poll. This is before your time. This was in my era. He's Derek Mays. Derek Mays was a receiver for Notre Dame that came to Seattle. He was a pretty high round pick that I honestly think was the most duck-footed, slowest receiver in the history of the NFL. I think he ran 4.9. We did a combine with Coach Holmgren after the draft, and because he was new to the Seahawks, he wanted to see where all the veterans were. 225 went down on Derek's chest, and it was as if it ate him. Like he couldn't even. He was he couldn't even move the bar off. Yes, so not body beautiful, not speed beautiful, but the most unbelievable instincts, and that's what Naylor has. He just has a spidey sense, a feel. He's an irritant. Christian Walker, cussing him out in the 9th inning last night was like the greatest thing ever. Again, these little like signs. I think I like the way you say that, Ian. These little signs of life to like play for one another. Mooney's out or Naylor's out there. Hey, Mooney, like calm down. Like just after a walk there in the 9th inning of just, I don't know, a connectiveness. And maybe I'm projecting, and text toy, you can rip me and just say, we've been down this road here through 130 games. When are you going to learn? This is just not the year. I don't know, man. There was more urgency and there was more connectiveness this weekend than I certainly have felt over the course of this season. And I think it was the right opponent at the right time, and certainly getting Donovan back and Naylor looking better. And so little Brock Rodden is just a little fire plug at the bottom of the line. Like, just seeing these little pieces come together, I guess it was a reminder more than anything that this team's got enough pieces. They have enough pieces. When that puzzle's put together, the puzzle board pieces are better than Houston's. They are. They're better than Texas's right now, who's beat up and injured. They are. Like, your puzzle pieces are better. Julio's kind of starting to feel it, hits balls hard and put one out of the yard. Like, these puzzle pieces are here. And if there's an urgency to complete this puzzle, they still have a shot. They're 4 games back in the division. They're 2.5 games back in the wild card. The odds tell you they've got a 36% chance of still making the playoffs. And they got a day off today before another big series in Milwaukee tomorrow. We'll give you everything you need to know. We got a full slate of takeaways. This day is flying. Brady's in for Salk. I'm Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
Isn't it great to be back in pads playing football? Little Seahawks style.
The work continues for the defending champs.
Creating this vision of who we want to become all the time.
With the first preseason game in the books. What are the biggest questions? The players to keep an eye on. Roster battles to watch.
Hey, we got to turn it up, dude.
Stay connected to all things training camp on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Keep summer going during the Toyota National Sales Event at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, with additional inventory at both stores on 2026 Camrys, Corollas, and Prius. Through August 31st, see your North and South Toyota dealers for exceptional offers on cars in the Corolla and Camry families, along with the Prius. Visit either store and test drive one and take that car home the same day. Whether you're in the North or the South, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien. August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know.
Well, maybe most important. Sorry, big boy Scott. Maybe most importantly, what you need to know is the Mariners are still alive. Yeah, 59-66 is ugly. It's still a big hole that you've got to dig yourself out of. But 4 games back instead of 7 or 8, which after the Friday night loss, when you're sitting there at 6 games back in this division, I'm not going to say must-wins, but pretty darn close to it. And you really needed just a complement of pieces, these puzzle pieces to fit together. It always with the Mariners starts with starting pitching. And Brian Wu, 6 innings, 2 solo home run shots, just 75 pitches in those 6 innings. And he talked post-game, Brady, about what I alluded to, why Houston might have been just the right team to face in this moment.
I don't know. I mean, obviously they've had so much success in the division for so long that it feels like every time you come here, you're going to get a really good opponent. You're going to get, a good crowd, a good atmosphere. So it's always just good battles with them. And I think if you can come out on top, win the series, then it says a lot about, where you're at. I think everybody brings their best in this series. And so if you can win the series, then prove something to yourself that, there's something there.
Can't you say the same thing about the NFC West, Brady?
Yeah.
Like when you think of the Seahawks and the Niners and the Rams, maybe not the Cardinals, they're kind of like the Angels. But then there's something about divisional play in your years of covering it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a battle when they play the Rams or the 49ers. I got to ask you about that number that you gave us. What was it, 36%?
Yes.
What do you make of that? Does that sound about right? Does that sound high to me?
When you're 59 and 66, yeah. Now, the challenge is you've got the Brewers, one of the best teams in baseball, the Cubs, one of the best teams in baseball, Philly, like your Yankees, Blue Jays are playing better. Like your next 15 games are brutal. The Astros play nobody. But then the month of September, you get nothing but the A's, the Angels, the Rockies, the A's, the Angels, like you get a chance there. That's why those numbers are what they are. Because your month of September, like your final stretch, that schedule turns dramatically. Just got to weather the next couple weeks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Along those lines, kind of felt like we were just weathering the second half on Saturday night. Like, can this clock just kind of move? There were opportunities. Dallas kicked the ball around and fumbled and stumbled and bumbled, and you had multiple red zone trips, couldn't get anything out of it. Mike McDonald, you referenced this at the podium a couple times, just disappointed in that product he put out. Here was the head coach Saturday night.
Just all the things. How we get calls in, how we take the line, how we motion, how we shift, how we get lined up on defense, how we communicate. All those things need to take a very big jump very quickly. So, but it's good to know. Now we know it, so let's go get it.
You anticipate we'll hear that maybe in a little more depth Tuesday night, tomorrow night on Hard Knocks?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think that's got to be a big theme of episode 3 of Hard Knocks is their reaction. I mean, I can picture it now. Like, you remember the clip of McDonald getting ticked off at Derek Hall? Damn it, Derek. I imagine just a lot of, like, yes. I hear it. Hard Knocks, let me produce this part of the show for you, okay? What I want is a montage of Mike McDonald with his coaches reviewing the film of Saturday night and just saying, damn it, damn it. Damn it, Jake. False start. Damn it, Cody White.
Yes. Come on, Brian. Come on, guys.
It'll be like Thomas
Eddie.
Hammock with the F-bomb, just
yes.
the damn it counter.
Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, in FCC in Bonneville, you hit your limit, all right?
Uh-oh, sorry.
Yes,
am I not allowed to say that?
You did 12 times, so way to go.
Oh, jeez.
Don't worry about it. It was on Hard Knocks. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's been quite an eventful morning for you. Quite an eventful Saturday for Devon Witherspoon when he got the news, my friend, that he was going to be the highest paid corner. You heard Kate Scott talk about Cliff Averill down on the sidelines. I agree with Kate. Cliff just got you want to talk about just a player's perspective in talking to those guys. Cliff asking Devon Witherspoon on that new deal. Here was Spoon's reaction.
It feel good. Long time coming, but since we had to get it done, though. But I'm thankful. I'll glory to God, shout out to John and the people at the upstairs for making this happen. And I'm just grateful, man.
Remind me his story a little, Brady. He was not a highly recruited guy going to Illinois, right? Wasn't that one of his few offers?
Yeah, really good basketball player. I don't remember exactly what his recruiting process was like, but he's from Florida, and so he's right in the territory of those big, massive programs, and so you got to imagine that he was not the most heavily recruited guy if a Florida guy ends up in Illinois, and highest paid cornerback in the NFL. I think there's a good conversation to be had at some point about, okay, how are they? They've paid him. Are they going to unleash him like they did? Is Mike McDonald going to unleash him like he did in the Super Bowl that would have been a relevant conversation, even if he was still on his rookie contract. But you're paying this guy a lot of money, and I think that's maybe one way to maximize him as a playmaker. But we can have that conversation later.
Yeah,
maybe Wednesday when I'm back.
Let's do it Wednesday. When you're coming back on Wednesday, let's show that. That's everything you need to know. I don't know. Did you get any chance to see Scotty Scheffler yesterday?
No.
Absolutely blister the field on a blistering hot Memphis Sunday. Holy smokes.
You know what? The FedEx Cup playoffs, you know, I'm a big golf fan. They just, it's a money grab. It doesn't really mean, and like no one can name even a avid golf fan can't name the last 5 people who won
Scheffler,
the tour championship.
Rory, Scheffler,
but you can name the major winners. It's just, it doesn't carry the same weight.
I got you.
For them, it does because it's a ton of money, but not for me.
Yes. I kind of tend to agree with you on that
I
one.
told Brock I'd put golf in here for you in case you wanted it because I know you like golf.
And I just got him.
No, it's fine. I'm just kidding.
Pissing people off.
You're not at all. I'm
No,
just joking
Brady.
with you. I don't like golf, so I don't really care.
Brady, it's okay. It's just fine. Don't worry about it. You have a whole half hour of takeaways to just respond. That's what baseball's about. That's what football's about. That's what radio's about. You got to respond. Heck, a week ago, Brady, I had the worst segment in the history of Brock and Salk. I tried to do your Jeopardy.
True.
And see, thank you. It was absolutely.
It can't get any worse.
It was. Thank you.
I missed it.
Yep, it was deplorable. I mean, I thought it was funny.
Like it was a good thing.
No, it was pretty bad stuff. One thing I have learned, by the way, I want to hit this now before takeaways because it's an off the field and it relates to Spoon's contract. I think the one thing I've learned the last maybe 10 years more than anything when it comes to these deals with the Seahawks and John Schneider and their operation, Brady, is how much trust that when that guy gets that number that hits their bank account, it won't change them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How big a factor that is. When they were deliberating, they loved Jalen Carter's talent. Everybody did coming out of the draft. Everybody thought Jalen Carter could be a great player. They just did not trust that guy's just background, character, personality with $25 million guaranteed dollars at that point. Kudos to him. Phillies extended him, right? I mean, these two share. I remember Salk talking about it. Salk really wanted him. These guys really wanted Spoon. I understood because he's not just a corner. He's everything. He's a force multiplier. But I think if folks knew how much time was spent behind the scenes of, hey, when we pay Cross, when we pay JSN, when we pay Spoon, and you give them generational wealth, will it change them? And I think that answer is definitive no. It won't change them a lick. And I think, if anything, now they're going to want to go out and earn it and really express themselves like, yep, I absolutely deserved it. I'm going to earn it, and I'm going to go show out even more, just like you are in Takeaways, Brady, next, right here on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
This was a preseason game that was not good. There was 2 less penalties than points scored. 24 points, 22 penalties in this one. I think what I say about these kinds of games during the preseason in particular is that there's lots of coaching points. There's going to be lots of things that they can go over. You know, where did we go wrong?
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Man, how cool has it been to have a behind-the-scenes view into not only the main storylines during training camp, but what truly makes these guys tick? It's Mike Salk here, and that constant strive for improvement, right? What can you get better at each day? If that's inspiring to you at all, and if you want to become the best version of yourself, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. They've helped more than 4,000 people locally lose significant weight and become a healthier, happier version of themselves. Heck, I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks, and that could be you by this fall. Here's the best part. You get to enjoy delicious food that you love. The program teaches you lifelong habits so you can keep the weight off, and there's no monthly fees, no pills, no injections, and it's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. All it takes to get started is a free 15-minute phone call. Find out if it's right for you. You can schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and take that call when you're in the car, commuting to work, or running errands. The only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PndTreeservice.com.
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks.
I see you, boy!
Seattle Sports.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Are you looking to buy a house, but like everyone, you're priced out of the Bellevue, Kirkland, and Seattle market? Many buyers have the income, the credit, and the desire to own, but simply don't have the down payment, often at least $75,000 just for a starter home. Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue with a great opportunity for home buyers. Introducing our Legacy Opportunity Loan. Legacy Group Capital has a select group of 100 new construction, single-family, and townhomes in the top Western Washington locations. Acquire a new construction home with no down payment, allowable closing costs paid, and a competitive rate. Yes, that's no down payment and some closing costs paid by Legacy. A wise man once said, the hardest part of winning in real estate is just getting in. And now you can with our Legacy Opportunity Loan. So get in the game.
Limited properties available to qualified Washington borrowers. Learn more about this limited opportunity at LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, LLC, and MLS ID 99045. Visit LegacyG.com for additional program details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah. Keep that going, Ian. Keep that going. Look at the hitman. Yeah. See, right now, Brady's in a weird stage of life, ladies and gentlemen. He hit 40. And like you celebrated, it's amazing. He's got this stash, his Tom Selleck stash going. But you also still got that hitman in you, Brady. Right? I think that's what you're walking today, this little tug, this little back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, you feeling that too? I thought when Kate Scott mentioned hitman, I thought that was going to just, did that song hit you?
Oh, yeah, the song always hits. Yeah, especially when that screeching guitar solo comes in. Yeah, I mean, I will listen to that song just
Sure you will.
Sometimes you need a little pick-me-up. Today might be one of those days, Brock.
Well, you just got that little pick-me-up.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're going to do a little takeaways. And guess what I'm going to let you do? I'm going to hand the ball right off to you, man, right from the jump. Here we go. Hit it. You get to start the whole segment, Brady.
Yeah, well, you know, we talked a little bit about this, just sort of the sloppy play. And Mike Macdonald talked about the operational issues. So the cut that we heard from him in Need to Know there was him specifically talking about the operation miscues. And what does he mean by that? He's talking about it's basically what happens between, you know, from the end of one snap to the beginning of the next snap. It's getting the play in on time, getting the play relayed, getting everybody lined up. And that was one of the things he just did not like. And a little surprising considering that they, as you've said, Brock, they play a lot of football in practice, a lot of scrimmage. And that was one thing that really has stood out in comparing Pete Carroll run practices to Mike Macdonald run practices is there's way, way more team periods. And so that was surprising that just, you know, that's one thing that you figured would be less of an issue. You know, the issues weren't fundamental, you know, catching the ball, handing it off, stuff like that. It was the operation stuff that you'd think that they would have more practice at, given how much 11 on 11 they
We played the one cut in McDonald. Here's a little more of what you're alluding to, cut number 18, because I think either you or Greg, somebody followed up a little bit more detail of, okay, what does operation look like? What does all that mean? This is the detail Mike went into Saturday night from the podium.
Some things off the top of my head that I know that we want to talk about and improve, but again, he's a great example of, hey, this is your first experience playing a game, you know, in a loud environment where we have to communicate. You know, the communication needs to improve on Dave. I think that's a wake-up call to our guys of, you know, examples of. So shout out to the 12s for being loud and showing our guys that we got to be able to communicate better. But great first experience for him, and he's going to learn from it.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a little Brian Fleury. I think that's a little Aden Durde. I think that's those guys on the field. I think that's communication that goes down. You could pump all that noise you want on a practice field, and they do it quite a bit. And they got walkie-talkies. You see that on Hard Knocks where they're calling in the signals, right? Like it isn't just, hey, Aden Durde's sitting in the huddle with them and Fleury's sitting in the huddle. No, everything is walkie-talkie communication. But game day Rawls, game day noise, game day atmosphere, as Kate said, that was not a preseason atmosphere in Atlanta with a third of the stadium full. That place was juiced Saturday night and exposed some of the things that they will certainly work to clean up.
Takeaways.
That opening drive was awesome. That was a 13-play, 9-run, 4-pass opening drive. Baldinger did a nice little breakdown. For those of you that enjoy Baldy's breakdowns, Brian Baldinger did a nice job on the old Twitter machine of putting together a couple of those run plays. You heard Mike Robb say it multiple times, like, ooh, okay. That's not just outside zone. Now we're pulling some guys. Now we're running power. Now we're pulling the tackle. You know, 1-back power, 2-back power, full-back in there. And it was a really definitive drive. Drew did a nice job on 3rd and 5, right, of being super decisive, right? He didn't have the speed that Jalen has or the athleticism, but on 3rd and 5, put his pads down and got that first down and drove him down. And
took a bit of a hit there, too.
He took a little bit of a shot. And you know I love the word sequencing in play calling. And you saw, and that's what Brian was alluding to, and even Mike Robb in real time alluded to, like, okay, here's the power play. Oh, here's the polar. And when you do that, do you know how hard you make it on the linebackers? They don't know, run or pass. Right? The NFL is different. An RPO in college and an RPO in the NFL, very different. Because in college, you get the liberty of 3.5 yards for the lineman downfield. In the NFL, you get 1 yard. So what you see a lot of teams do to try to get that same influence is do what Brian Fleury had them do. Pull your tackle. He's pulling behind the line of scrimmage. It looks like a run play. It looks like what you just did 2 times. And then, boom, Drew Lock pulls the ball out. Here comes Arroyo right behind that second level for a nice little red zone completion. So I thought a really cool mix of zone and gap schemes, a really cool mix of some sequencing there. And if the game could have only ended after that 8-minute drive, we would have crowned these Seahawks world champs again.
Takeaways.
I like when I get you nodding, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of
because your
nodding
mind's like racing right there, like, ooh, RPO. College pro. How do you do it? How do they? Yeah, I like when you're nodding, Brady.
Well, I mean, that's good stuff. It's not every day you get a chance to learn. Actually, it is every day because you do a show every day. I was going to say it's not every day you get a chance to learn from a former NFL
But sometimes I do Hero Jeopardy where you learn nothing.
Yeah.
You learn nothing.
Well, you can redeem your, someone once told me it's all about how you respond, Brock. So we'll see how you respond on Wednesday. But for now, my second takeaway is you saw Jalen Milroe's legs. And oddly enough, haven't really seen that this summer. For whatever reason, he has not taken off and run a whole lot in practice. And it was to the point where I wondered, and I think I even assumed that this has to be something where the coaching staff is telling him, like, hey, man, don't use your legs as a crutch. Play from the pocket and then use them when you have to. And it turns out it's sort of the opposite of that. It's they've had to encourage him. We heard that from, John Schneider made a comment with Rabel on the pregame. Mm-hmm. I followed up with McDonald about it afterwards. And, yeah, they're trying to encourage him to use his legs because that is, as McDonald would say, that is his superpower. And you really felt it. 5 carries for, I think, 36 yards. There was the 20-yard run that he had where you feel his speed there. And, man, if he is going to be a player for them this season, it's not going to be because he overtakes Drew Lock and because, he is the number 2 guy who comes in if Sam Darnold were to go down.
Yep.
It's because his legs can be a difference maker in those specialty packages. Now, it's hard if you're not the number 2 guy. We saw that last season. Hard to keep 3 quarterbacks active. So I don't know if we're going to see that. But if they do, you got a little taste of what that could look like.
Well, let's dig into this a little bit. A little good, bad, and ugly, because he's one of my takeaways as well. Here was Jalen, cut number 15, just talking about being back in the building, playing football. Do you realize that they only had 8 possessions? Drew had 4, Jalen had 4, but here was Jalen, cut number 15, talking about, just playing in a game setting once again.
It was good to be back on the field, especially at home, to start the year off, being around the guys, and especially for us, going through training camp, competing against each other. It was an opportunity for us to go compete against somebody else. So it's a lot of fun. It's good to feel the energy from our fans, especially just being game 1 of preseason. So I'm excited for the season to keep on rolling, and we're getting closer to our first game.
Mm-hmm. So the good was, I think, just some of the juice he brings. When he runs on that field, his teammates know it. I think the organization knows it. Like, this is a tremendous talent. That's the good. The good was his decisive first third down pass to Bobo, right? They run a little spacing concept. He can see enough space between the linebackers. The back foot hits, boom. Third down, tight window, move the chains. Very, very good. Terrific fourth down play that unfortunately was nullified by the hold on Kite, but an incredible job of extending the play. Dangerous, ball a little bit in harm's way, but on, fourth down there, like you got to take a little risk. You're going to get sacked otherwise, or turn. So you're willing to put the ball in harm's way. But just a terrific play to extend it. And even the drop by Foster, where he dropped back on rhythm, on time, planted his foot, little curl route, boom, all very good. The bad, the fumbled snap. Like, just got to be beyond that. Fumbled a bunch of them in Green Bay. Drew doesn't have that issue with Ulu, Timmy. Like, that's not the backups to backups. Like. Olu. Sorry, Ulo. Yeah, Olu. Sorry, get confused with the other Polynesian fella now with nose tackle, messing me up. Uso, Ulo, Olu. Big issues. Can't fumble the snap. Yeah. Come on, like that's Pop Warner stuff. Cannot fumble the snap. Also the sacks. Like, get the ball out. There's an opportunity to get the ball out. Some of that's just being a little bit in between. Some of it is what you hear from Michael Bennett. When Michael Bennett's up there, like, I just want him to run. Just run. Just go. Don't be in between. Easier said than done as he's walking this line between, hey, guys, I'm watching Sam Darnold every day. I've watched his tape in Minnesota. Like, I know how he plays this game. And the ball is out, and he's in the pocket, and he's preserving himself, and he's playing every game, and he's winning Super Bowls. And, that's how you sustain in this league. But my superpower is my legs. So how do I balance all of that out? And then as I hit in blue 88, you just can't. The ugly is you just can't. At this stage, you just can't take that sack. That, you know what that tells a coach, a teammate? Like, this game's just too sped up for you. Like you don't know the game, the situation, the moment. Like, it's fourth down. Like, you can't retreat. He, in fact, had a tight end on a little whip route. If he stepped up and went to his right, boom, might have been even a touchdown. But instead retreats and then takes a sack and gosh. Okay, I mean, you're going to get some grace. You're going to get some learning curve still. You were a third-round pick, so it's not a death nail like that poor kid that fumbled the punt for Dallas. It's not over. But those plays, that floor has got to go away. Right? You want to elevate your floor always, year by year, game by game, decision by decision. Elevate your floor. Eliminate the basement stuff like that. That continues to be, I think, the growth for Jalen.
Do you? Let me ask you a quick one, Brock. Do you see, and maybe this you need to see more of him to really have a great thought on this, but do you see him almost hesitant to take off? Like usually the problem with young mobile quarterbacks, they're too eager to take off, right? I wonder if maybe the opposite is the case with him. And granted, like the Bobo play you mentioned, he escapes the pocket, but he's still keeping his eyes downfield, and that's what you want. But I wonder if there is maybe even, we're talking about decisiveness with this game. Maybe there's, at times, I wonder if he could stand to be a little
just
more decisive in
just
terms
a little bit more
of taking off and running.
Yeah, just in between.
Yeah.
And Mike Robb did a great job, as Kate referenced, of referencing that. Of hey, man, when you're labeled a dual threat guy and all you can do is run, you want to prove people bull crap. I can play in the pocket too. I can do this as a passer. But when and how you utilize that and when you play that card and when it's decisive and when you hang, it's a blessing and a curse to be that dynamic. It's pretty easy for Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, all the rest of them, right? Big Ben, Phil, I can't run. I can't move. Kurt Warner. So I got to find my outlet. I got to read my progressions. It's a little harder challenge when you're as dynamic as he is.
Takeaways.
Tyrese Knight was pretty special. He was the absolute highlight. Just watching people's breakdowns after the game, listening to Dave Wyman. He just, he was the one guy that if you were to look for the Seahawks of how many in their top 22 played, how many in their top 25 played, and played substantial amount, not a lot, if any. Tyrese Knight is right in there. He is a difference maker. His speed was felt. He has no governor, Brady. So when he hits, he destroys, truly. And I love hearing from him after the game, just talking about, being versatile and playing with fire and playing with an edge. Cut number 16, here was Tyrese Knight, kind of giving an autopsy on his night.
Sorry, Brock, which one did you want here?
Cut 16.
Thank you.
Cut 16.
Yeah, versatility it should be a big part in everybody's game. So just showing that I could pass rush and still defend coverage off the line, that should give me pretty much aces in my game.
What do you think, Brock? You think we're going to see him on the field this season? They're obviously paying Ernest Jones. They gave Drake Thomas a little bit of money, 2 years, $8 million. You think we're going to still see Tyrese Knight on the field at some point this season?
Yeah, I think so. Over the course of a season, absolutely. I think Ernest stayed remarkably healthy last year. I don't know. It gets harder and harder to do as a veteran guy with a track record and some of the knee stuff that he's had to deal with in his career. And Tyrese Knight went to work. We talked about him in the offseason. You and I talked about him. We talked about him with you on the air, off the air. This dude went to work on his body, much like Byron Murphy went to work on his body, according to Kate Scott. About year 3, that happens, Brady. Year 1, you think you can run like you did in college and make those choices. And then year 2, you start to kind of I can't do that, but what do I do? And then year 3, nope, I'm a pro. I'm going to take care of my body. I'm going to hire the people around me. I'm an asset. I'm a business asset, and I got to get the most out of me. And not surprising to hear those backstories of Byron Murphy, and then to see all that work Tyrese Knight did on his body, on his speed, on his quickness in the offseason come to life Saturday night. Pretty cool. And yeah, you got to have 3 linebackers over the course of an NFL season. In this division, especially, yeah, I think he will absolutely be a part of it in 26.
Takeaways.
All right, Brock, I'm going to stick with Milroe here because quarterbacks make the NFL world go around, NFL media here.
A lot of Milroe.
I would love to see the spin rate on football. Hard Knocks did a great job of capturing Sam Darnold's spin rate. I'm just telling you, as somebody who watches him in practice every day, it would not shock me if he actually has a higher spin rate than Sam Darnold.
He might.
Yeah. Because look, I'm
for better or worse, by the way.
Yeah, because sometimes you want to have a little bit more touch on the ball, right? Yeah. And this just stands out to me watching him. The delivery, and there's issues with the accuracy. We've seen that, But in terms of the efficiency of his delivery, he has a very quick release, probably quicker release than Sam Darnold, who kind of brings the ball down.
I would agree with all of that.
Sort of towards his waist. It's a more compact. Here I am explaining quarterback mechanics to Brock.
That's good. I agree.
Yeah, and I would love to know the spin rate on his.
It's really high. Yeah. It's really high. But again, kind of like his athleticism, quite honestly, that can be a blessing and curse because it spins so fast that it's not an easy ball to catch. You heard Jake Pete say there is a middle ground there, right? You don't want to be in the 500s, don't have enough arm strength. You probably don't want to be in the 700s because that ball spins so fast that it's a hard catch. The ball comes in hard, like a 102-mile-an-hour four-seamer. You know, you kind of want that 95-mile-an-hour, just catcher can receive it on the other end of it. No, Jalen's intriguing, and I don't know what you read into this, if anything, Brady. Did you read into, instead of last year, Drew first half, Jalen second half, that nope, you're going to get to go with some of the twos as well, and we're going to mix you in 2 series. You're going to get 2 series. Frankly, I think it messed with both of their rhythm a little bit. I don't think Mike McDonald minded that. I think he wanted to see and get those data points, but I don't think either of them were as sharp as they wanted to be. And I wonder if alternating 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 played a little bit of a role in that.
Yeah, I did not get – I think we asked both quarterbacks about it afterwards, and I did not get the sense from their answers that they loved it. Now, you can see why McDonald would want to do it, right? Because you're mixing guys with different – maybe people they don't get a chance to throw to and catch passes from in practice. And also, guess what? When you're a backup quarterback, you don't really get to decide when you come in.
You don't get to dictate.
Whenever what happens with the quarterback. So there is something to be said, I think, about being ready to come in at the drop of a hat and not, your rhythm is not what really matters there. It's you got to be ready to go when your number is called. And so I think there was probably something to that. But yeah, I sort of got the sense that neither of those guys really loved that format.
Takeaways.
Okay, so if you think and I think and Kate Scott thinks that Tuesday night's episode, by the way, you're not really in the target audience for Hard Knocks, so I don't even know if you're going to watch it.
Oh, I'll watch it. Don't worry.
I took a little shot at you on Twitter. I saw that you saw that too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If in the vein of just being critical, in the vein of coaching 101, in the vein of, all right, like you get your opportunity and didn't maybe make the most of it, here's a list of some guys for me that didn't make the most of their opportunity Saturday night. Milrose on that list for everything that we talked about, good, bad, and ugly. There's just a mix of it. And unfortunately, as I said, the decision to take the sack is just catastrophic. You just can't do that. Shamar Jean-Charles, tough night.
Yeah.
Tough night. And you know what? Dallas, tough matchup. I went and looked at Dallas's roster. Every guy he was going up against was 6'2" or bigger. So he's given up 4, 5, 6 inches. And guys bodying him up. He couldn't get around him. He just could not defend on third down. Obviously, the big touchdown pass. He's right in position. He's fighting his stinking tail off.
Yeah, that's
he's
a great play by the
and ripping. It's a great play.
Yeah.
But Shamar had a really difficult night.
Had the penalty as well.
I would put the Ivy, O'Toole, Peely D-line group. Tough night. Pads high. Ivy looked a little bit gassed, not surprisingly. So did Peely. Peely's puking in the first episode of Hard Knocks. He's missing some time. Ivy's missed some time. He's playing one-handed. And give some credit to him as he's got a club on one hand. It makes it difficult. But just, from the whole offseason, like who's going to emerge? Ivy, O'Toole, Jamie Sheriff. Who's going to emerge? None of them popped Saturday night. And if you heard Michael Bennett say one time, you heard him say 10 times. This 4-man rush ain't good enough. Like nobody's impacting and denting the pocket, whether it was Sam Howell or the big gunslinger. Like, hey man, they went 11 of 15 on third down. That can't happen at home with actual crowd noise and false starts too. Like that group just did not do it for me. And then something I got a little kind of watch on is Arroyo is a run blocker. He's never going to be the other guys. That's just not Sawbird. He's not Callerup. He's not, even
Warner,
AJ.
yeah.
Not any of those guys. So he's got a different skill set. But the run blocking for a OC that's demanded a lot of his guys in San Francisco, there were a lot of not even satisfactory. Like, there were some satisfactory, and that's what you want from him. I'm not asking you to be a plus blocker. But as far as, like, not getting on guys, not sticking to guys, not being sticky, there's got to be a little bit more out of Mr. Arroyo. So there's going to be some, and Pritchett too. Nehemiah didn't make many plays. So I think you kind of see why the old Terrion Arnold was one move they were willing to make, and maybe another one will be coming in the preseason, because that third and fourth and fifth corner, those are real things in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like real things.
That's
Rams,
a starter in the NFL.
The Rams and what they're going to do personnel-wise, right, and what they're going to throw at you in the division a couple times. I know it'll be really late in the year, but yeah, some guys that it's going to be kind of tough tape to watch when they get in the building today.
Yeah, and you said something there that I totally agree with, that that third cornerback situation, the current options they have, that is a big reason why they are going to bring in Terrion Arnold. But remember, Terrion Arnold might not be available until the second half of the season. No one really knows when he's going to be able to play for them, and so it would not surprise me.
By the way, does not look like an outside corner. He looks like a nickel, physical, come up and hit you. He made a really nice play on a go route.
On the sideline, yeah.
Really, really nice play where he leveraged and knows that he's not a 4-4 guy anymore, so he really used his experience. But that dude looks very, very physical. He's going to probably be on this team, I would think. I
think there's enough guaranteed money in this contract to where he's probably going to be on the team. But again, that third cornerback spot is a position where, even though they are in the process, I guess, of adding Terrion Arnold, would not surprise me if they still look to find an upgrade there on the waiver wire or the trade market, maybe, knowing that you're going to have to find somebody in there who can maybe be an upgrade over your current guys until Terrion Arnold comes into play.
I'm going to sneak in one more real quick one, and maybe you as well here. One more.
Takeaways.
It felt like, and I don't know if this was predestined in this way, that Mike encouraged both Brian Fleury and Aden Durde in their calls to try to create as many one-on-one situations as possible, but it sure felt like there was a ton of one-on-ones. Ton of one-on-ones in coverage, as we mentioned with some of those guys. Like, we're going to play man. And that was not a vanilla, hey, we're just going to play umbrella and not rush anybody and just play quarters. No. They sent a lot of heat. They sent a lot of pressure, a lot of different looks, as many unique looks as any team I saw in the preseason week number 1. And it created a lot of one-on-ones where, hey, man, make the play. Big Monogamy, make the play. Nehemiah, make the play. Gene Charles, make the play. Likewise, and this is why there was no explosives for the Seahawks offensively, I don't think a running back broke a tackle. If Thomas Hammond was on there week 1 doing his truffle shuffle shimmy, did a running back break a tackle? Other than Halani in the backfield, he avoided a negative run with a shooting linebacker.
Yep.
I don't think that there was one, hey, man, I got you a one-on-one in the open field. Make a miss. A couple times, fullback, unbelievable block, knocking out 2 dudes on the toss. You got one guy to beat. Beat him. And I think the reason they only had 3 explosives and 2 of those were Jalen's runs the whole game was there was not a lot of one-on-one with the 3rd and 4th string guys able to win in space.
Yeah. Now granted, they are pretty banged up in their backfield right
Very
now.
much.
So obviously, Jadarian Price didn't play. Emmanuel Wilson didn't play.
Yep.
There's Jacardier Wright, a guy who sort of looked good in the preseason last year, did not play.
Charbonnet didn't play. So you're legitimately
you're
6, 7, 8 deep here.
Yeah.
And it shows you the difference between making an NFL roster and not. Again, to that just hard coaching. Hey, man, Tom Moore used to say, my job is to get you a one-on-one. Your job is a winner. And not many wins. Montori won, but not many other big wins, unfortunately, offensively Saturday night. That is a full slate of takeaways. Brady, heck of a response, man. Heck of a response out of you. Yeah, I knew you had it.
It's all about responding. How do you respond?
You're going to do it again because you're going to give me some insights on our, what do we call this? Our most unique
Most
players.
intriguing?
There we go. Look how many papers I got here, Maura. This is Salk's list. Salk is out. I'm going to try to carry the water. I'll remember the rest of the week. Most intriguing players. This is number 18. This is an alpha. This is a guy that I don't know if you would think he would be on this list, and certainly not number 18. Brady, you'll help me dig into the most intriguing Seahawk next, right here on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy.
I'm not worried about the score, right? Don't worry about the score. Talk about performances. George Halani showed that he can handle the football. I know Jadarian Price did not play, so he got the bulk of the carries. He looked good at times, looked good in pass pro, and had a reception or 2. When it comes to the quarterbacks, I like what Milroe did. Jalen Milroe looked poised, and he used his legs. He had a 20-yard scamper. Drew Lock looks like Drew Lock, a guy that you can count on if you need him to fill in.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The way you met, the moment you knew, the future you're dreaming about together. At Klein Jewelers, we believe your engagement ring should be just as unique as the journey that brought you here. That's why we specialize in custom designed engagement rings, crafted to reflect your style, your story, and the life you're building together. Our experienced team will guide you every step of the way, because when you're creating a symbol of forever, every detail matters. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Need a lift? At Levitt Machinery, we take a different approach to help you lift more and worry less. We take the time to learn how you work. Then we match your business with equipment that solves your unique challenges. From forklifts and telehandlers to track loaders and excavators, we make sure you get the right equipment at the right cost. Because when your equipment does its job, you can focus on yours. Talk to Levitt Machinery today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Summer is for letting it rip.
Swung on and missed, ripped it right by him. 7 scoreless innings. Marvelous Miller again.
Summer is for showing out.
Swing and a miss. Woo, 6 up and 6 down.
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Logan Gilbert, he's knocked down a dozen in a row.
So call your favorite Walter and head to T-Mobile Park because our pitchers are rolling. From George Kirby to Senor Smoke.
Up in the attic at 101. Nothing but the express tonight for Andres Munoz.
Matilda would be proud. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town at the end of the week. Don't miss out on 2 great interleague series at T-Mobile Park as the team squares off against the Chicago Cubs Friday through Sunday and the Philadelphia Phillies next week, August 24th to 26th. Get your tickets for these 2 marquee matchups today at mariners.com.
Paid political announcement.
Hey, Seattle, did you know your groceries could be getting more expensive? That's right. Seattle City Hall is considering an ordinance that could put loyalty rewards, digital coupons, personal discounts, fuel rewards, student discounts, and other promotions on the chopping block. As the cost of living continues to climb, Seattleites rely on grocery store rewards programs to help stretch their household budgets. Now, City Hall wants to take these away. The mayor's proposed fair pricing ordinance could have the exact opposite outcome and make everyday living more expensive for those already struggling to get by. Protect Seattle Savings is a coalition dedicated to defending the everyday savings that Seattle families rely on by working with the mayor's office to improve the proposal and keep costs down. If you care about keeping groceries affordable, visit protectseattlesavings.com to learn more and join the cause. Again, visit protectseattlesavings.com now to learn more.
Paid for by Protect Seattle Savings.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
How dare I forget? Most intriguing Seahawk. How dare I forget that? Here I am criticizing Jalen Milroe for taking a sack, and I commit a cardinal sin on radio. It's right in front of my face. It's most intriguing Seahawks, Brady. We're doing this every day in the lead up to the Wednesday night opener against the Bears. How dare I forget that? So, big voice guy, what number are we on?
Number 18.
And number 18 on Mike Salk's list of the 25 most intriguing Seattle Seahawks. Number 18, Brady? Ernest Jones. Captain? Can we characterize him as Captain Ernest Jones?
I would say more or less he is. Now, we know that Mike McDonald doesn't do season-long captains. He does the game day captains. But if we're picking, like, de facto captains on either side of the ball, I would say Ernest Jones would be one of the defensive captains.
Do we know if he's on the leadership council?
Ooh, I bet he'd have
They
to
keep
be
that
on
kind of secretive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he'd have to be on that leader. I mean, just listen to Devon Witherspoon, cut number 21 here. Listen to Spoon talk about the importance of that man in the middle.
I mean, it means a lot. It means everything, man. He talking about a great teammate, Ernest, man. He everything to us, man. He talking about a Mike linebacker who set the standard for us, who go out there and keep us controlled, keep us composed out there. I mean, he's everything, And for that, right now, I'm really just focused on the now. Living in the present. I'm not really worried about what everybody else got going on. I'm just living in the present right now. So
I'm going to say, looking at Salk's whole list, yeah, and I get the whole list, so nobody else sees it but me, Maura, and Ian. That's it. Looking at the list the rest of the week, Ernest Jones, if I had to just have my own and really tweak this, he'd be way higher than 18. Because I think there's going to be some real conversations between Drake Thomas, Tyrese Knight, Nicky Manwari, lots of the different packages that Mike McDonald's going to put together. Not going to just stay stagnant. He never does. Mm-hmm. He is going to evolve. They're going to, I like what Kate said about Brian Fleury. It's the same thing about Mike McDonald. What are players' superpowers? And how do I get that to play out as much as I can while minimizing maybe what they can't do? And right now, Ernest can't run like Drake and can't run like Tyrese. He just can't. Now, he's got a ton of savvy. He's got unbelievable angles. He'll come down and hit you with stopping power that's just as fierce as Tyrese. And then, well, he's just got this, just alpha DNA. And we felt it most importantly right here in cut number 19. We all felt it. After that Rams loss down in L.A., yeah, Mr. Ernest Jones, he didn't just speak up for his quarterback. Man, he went to battle for Sam.
I mean, Sam's been balling. If we want to try to define Sam by this game or what, man, Sam's had us in every game. So for him to sit there and say, "Oh, that's my fault," no, it's not. It was plays that defensively we could have made plays. There were opportunities where we could have got better stops. It's football, man. And he's our quarterback. We got his back, and if you got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
That clip has probably been played a number of times on this show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the personality.
You were in the room when that happened,
I
right?
was in the room, yeah.
What was your immediate reaction?
I was surprised that he, not that he went to bat for Sam Darnold, but that he did it to that degree of there was as much defiance. It's one thing to just defend your guy and try to take some heat off him, but I mean, he was saying "F you" to people who are questioning Sam Darnold's play. So it was just to a degree that I did not expect.
Think how counter that is, by the way. And for all the times we've played that clip, the beauty of radio is it's every day is a new thing and you hear things in different ways. Think how counter that is to everything the LOB was to Russ.
Yeah. Where there were not a whole lot of guys who would have done that.
Especially the last 5 years of Russ.
Right. Yeah.
None of that. And even Geno. I mean, Geno maybe year one, comeback player of the year. They wrote me off. I didn't write back. Maybe there was some then, but that even wore off a little bit. And I was Sam. Sam is their dude, and Ernest has his back in big-time ways.
He is. So what do you think is going to happen? You said there's going to be some interesting conversations.
I think as the year, I just think as the year evolves, and Ernest is going to be one of those veterans I think you will see them take great care of to make sure he can post every Sunday. I mean, he did for the majority. Did he miss a game last year?
He missed 2 games. Yeah, it was a knee injury. Yeah, 15 games. Played 15.
And that knee that's a real deal, man. It's why the LA Rams moved on from him. Nothing else. What about his DNA? What about his play? What about they were just concerned long term over his knee. And then he goes to Tennessee, and Tennessee equally to make that trade with the Seahawks. I think they equally were like, great player. Just don't know if we're going to have him for the next 3-4 years. Like what kind of life expectancy at this level can we get out of that body? A little bit of an undersized guy, a little bit, but a knee that barks every once in a while. And last year was pretty calm, and they were able to work their way through it all year long. And then the Rams got after him. Like, you go look at that tape, you go look at what they did. They did some things very, very clearly. Like, they were going to make sure they got Ernest in as much space as they could. They wanted to make sure they kept 12 personnel on the field, right, and kept Drake and Ernest with matchups against tight ends that were favorable to the Rams and not to the Seahawks. So how do you counteract that over the course of the year? I think it will be a matchup thing, and this is not a slight on Ernest. It sounds that way, but I think it's much more of a no. We got so many different dudes that we can play in so many different spots. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we use a 6-man rotation, to use a baseball analogy? If that's what's going to help us sustain and win in some of these spots, and Tyrese does this, and he's that good, and Drake is that good, and Tyrese and Ernest can still do it, like, hey, man, 6-man rotation at linebacker. Would that shock me this season? No. I don't think it would, because I think it would get the superpowers, as Mike said, as Kate said earlier in reference, out of all of them at the right time. Make sense?
Yeah. So 5 interceptions last season. Second team.
Awesome.
All-Pro. Tell me about Ernest Jones as a coverage guy.
Phenomenal coming downhill. Phenomenal playing and reading some of that zone. Phenomenal ball skills to get 5 picks. Some of those tipped. Mm-hmm. I remember those. Picking up a fumble as well. I remember that. Like, some guys just have a sense for where the ball is and where it's going. And as a veteran guy, he does. And so it counteracts maybe that half a step that he doesn't have. He has it now. He's going to have it in September. But what's that going to look like in December and January with lots of wear and tear and snaps and all of it? So tremendous ball skills, tremendous instincts, played so much ball. The guys love him. He's the alpha. But he will be very intriguing over the course of the season to how that all fits in each and every game plan. That is our most intriguing Seahawks. We do it every single day, usually at 9 o'clock. I think we'll kind of land there for the rest of this week. Brady will be back in on Wednesday. Got some Brian Walters will be in for you tomorrow. Got some games we're going to play. Got some great guests this week. Going to do all we can to do our part with Salky out, enjoying his final week of vacation before football gets going. 20 minutes, man. It wasn't just the Seahawks playing some preseason football. It was the whole league, and my, oh my, are there some NFL storylines for us to dig into, but everything you need to know, including the Mariners finally winning a road series, and it couldn't come at a better time. I'll tell you how next, and need to know right here on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
This was a preseason game that was not good. There was 2 less penalties than points scored. 24 points, 22 penalties in this one. I think what I say about these kinds of games during the preseason in particular is that there's lots of coaching points. There's going to be lots of things that they can go over. You know, where did we go wrong?
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, I know something you probably haven't done in a while. Climb into your crawl space or your attic. Yeah, me neither. Mike Salk here. And most homeowners avoid those areas for good reason. But it's important to check on them regularly, especially here in the Northwest, where groundwater can wreak havoc and many homes lack the proper insulation in these spaces. So when it's hot in the summer, your house gets even hotter. And guess what? When it's cold in the winter, your house gets even colder because you don't have enough insulation. The good news, you don't have to crawl into those dingy areas. areas because Crawl Pros will do it. They go where you don't want to. That's what they did at my house. They found a little rodent intrusion, and they found the insulation problem. So, yeah, they can help you get it all fixed just like they did with me. And if you need any work done, local utility companies offer rebates that could save you thousands on your project. Don't just assume that your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Football, baby!
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland are celebrating Toyota's national sales event with additional inventory on 2026 Tundras and Tacomas. Through August 31st, lease the Tacoma SR5 at $309 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 3.99% APR for 48 months, plus $500 TFS finance subvention cash. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit from TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, what you need to know is the Mariners going to Houston, you have to win the series. Like, you would have loved a sweep, and you nearly got a sweep, except for the extra innings lost Friday night. With the sweep, you'd actually be 2 back of these Astros. Instead, you win the series, you're 4 back. You're within arm's length. And it was just the way they did it over the weekend, man. Just Saturday, went to work, played add-on yesterday. Had a chance, multiple chances to break that game open, bases loaded, first and second. They just could not get that hit. The game was way closer. They were outplaying the Astros left and right, but yet it was, again, down to the wire. Astros have the winning run at the plate, and Taylor Trammell, and oh my gosh, was Mooney absolutely filthy. A nasty slider, 101 inside, and then he finished him with 102. The Trammell just left shaking his head like that's a no-chancer. The skipper, Dan Wilson, he knew that he got the most out of Mooney last night.
Yeah, the fastball was there again. He was attacking. He got behind a little bit, but, it wasn't because he was, timid. He was still trying to attack and was just missing the zone a little bit, but made good pitches when he had to. And I thought, again, a sort of a rebound outing for him and another good one. And, getting his 100th save is, that's a huge milestone. So, congratulations to Mooney.
Yeah, Friday stunk, man. Friday stunk. You take a 2-run lead, and then the Astros, honestly, here's a blooper. Altuve hits something. He's a right-handed hitter, Brady. He hit something in the left-handed batter's box with 2 strikes, like literally just threw his bat at it, his little wiffle ball bat. And it just little bleeder to right field, and up, and there's a little bleeder here, and it just kind of stunk. And he just kind of wondered, honestly, Friday night, like, it's just not our year. It's just not. It's just not our year. Add that one on to a 60-something other losses. Just not our year. And then the boys went to work Saturday and went to work yesterday, get a series win, get a much-needed day off today. Here's something we will keep an eye on. Brian Wu gets pulled, 6 innings, as it's 75 pitches. Like, weird. Emerson went 7 the night before with almost 100 pitches. But 75, he goes out. Turns out maybe the shoulder was barking a little bit. Ultimately, Bizzardo, Spire, Sir Anthony, biggest pitch of his life. Mooney close it out. But keeping a little eye on Cade Anderson. He's their young phenom, first-round pick, Brady, who's had the most historic year in minor league AA baseball ever for the Mariners and maybe ever in the history of AA. I got my little eye on how that's going to unfold over the course of the rest of this week. Day off today, start a big series with Milwaukee in Milwaukee tomorrow.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I think we fixed the modulation.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Well, in the John Schneider audio, I didn't get to redo all the game highlights.
We'll get to hear a dart in the neck right here.
NASA sent me some new John Schneider audio.
All right. Well, we'll play maybe some still modulated Rabel and Wyman. Celebrating one of the few highlights after that opening drive, Rashad Rochelle. I'll be honest, I didn't know who Rashad Rochelle was. All right, I'm not an intrepid beat writer like Brady who knows number 89 and 90 on the roster. Rashad Rochelle, this is a moment he'll remember for the rest of his life.
High punt. Rochelle at his own 16 makes the catch, makes one man miss, turns upfield, makes a second man miss, bounces off a third. Now he's got running room. Here he goes. Makes anger miss, got some blocking. He's across the 40 and tracked down near the 30-yard line of the Cowboys. A terrific return.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard that. Yeah. Rashad Rochelle from the powerhouse that is Indiana State University.
One of the worst programs in America.
Is it really?
Bless. Oh, the Sycamores in Terre Haute, Indiana. That's a hard program to come out of, man.
Yeah.
Hard to recruit to. Tough division. Honestly, the Missouri Valley would North Dakota State's out. Hard job.
We did not talk much about Montori Foster, and maybe this is a good time to squeeze in what this guy has done. He has made at least one play a day, every day this summer.
Who, Rashad Rochelle?
No. We're talking about Montori.
No, you give Rashad Rochelle his due right now.
Hey, he made a great play. Made a great play. Got a couple blocks.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Yeah. Rashad Rochelle, as great of a play as that was, probably not a guy who's really going to factor into really fighting for a roster spot.
Okay, get to Montori.
Montori Foster, man, I don't know if he's going to make this team, but he is a guy that, at the very least, is showing that he is worth keeping around in some capacity, and he's making so many plays that if he continues to do this in the preseason.
So who's at risk?
I don't know if he's going to actually make the 53-man roster.
Coop.
The numbers are tough.
Okay, rock solid, not going anywhere.
Yeah, and Torrey Horton. When Torrey Horton is your number 4 guy, that's when you know you've got a very deep receiver core.
And they paid Bobo, right?
They paid exactly. They paid Jake Bobo some money. You know he's going to be on the team. So the only real chance is if they keep 6 receivers, and even then, Cody White would be in play for that spot. I think it's more likely that he's fighting for a spot on their practice squad. But
Cody White taking notice.
Yeah.
Cody White looking over his shoulder because you know how this operation works, man. It's not about what you've done. It's a meritocracy of what you could do moving forward, and the dude's been balling.
Yeah, he has.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, we started the show with this, Brady, at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. A little more details on the Devon Witherspoon signing, and maybe we're going to spin around the NFL next, so you can maybe add on to what Mike McDonald had to say about the benefits of getting Spoon's deal done.
Well, I mean, Spoon is all the things. He's a great person. He's a great football player. He's a great teammate. He's a great leader. Those are the guys we want to be here. It's kind of similar to Jack's. It's like these are foundational people to our team, and I'm extremely excited to get that foundation laid. You know, where we know Spoon's going to be here for the long haul, and we're also excited for the opportunity to reward him. You know, that this is a contract that we feel like he's earned, and we should celebrate it as well. But it's also really exciting to know that we have foundational players that are going to be part of our team here for a long time.
I think one of the many reasons why the Seahawks have to feel good about this deal and getting it done is not only is it behind you and this sort of weirdness of why it took so long, you don't have to worry about that, is that this is a guy who, we're talking about a very highly drafted guy, 5th overall pick, very strong personality, and a guy who has the resume, three Pro Bowls in 3 seasons, and yet he is as bought in as anybody else on that team. And that's not always the case with guys of that profile, guys who are very successful, again, strong personalities. Some of those guys aren't as bought in sometimes, and he is. And you see it at practice. You see it in the decision to actually be at practice and take part, even with the unsettled contract situation. You see it with the story I mentioned earlier about the defensive back who had just arrived and who's probably not going to be here for more than another few weeks, and that guy makes a play in practice, and Witherspoon is the first guy over to congratulate him. He's bought in, man, and that's, again, one of many reasons why the Seahawks have to feel good about getting him extended for the long term.
Everything you need to know right there. I would add one tiny other little nugget. I think I shared this the other day with Salk. I know I was talking about over the weekend with some other football people. Luke Kuechly knew he was done with the NFL when he started to think about his collisions. When in high school and in college, in the first couple, 8 years, whatever, 6, 7, 8 years of his NFL career, like, I'm not even going to think about that. Like, all I'm going to do is unleash pain. I'm going to unload. I'm going to uncoil on that guy. And he knew, like, the end was near when he's like, oof, how should I hit this guy? Should I hit this guy? Should I just tackle this guy? Do I really have to run through his face? Like, the nice thing about these Seahawks and what they got going right now, and it is hard to find. Because guess what? College football has gone the way of the NFL. They don't hit like they used to. High school football doesn't hit like it. So when you find guys like Devon Witherspoon, that force multiplier, that he didn't think about it, he'll run through anybody's face. Doesn't matter who it is. And at 180 pounds, he fully believes he's going to unload on the guy. And excuse me, that's a pretty rare trait, and certainly one of the many reasons why they extended him and believe so strongly in him moving forward. It wasn't just the Seahawks and all their takeaways and all these fun storylines we've been digging into. Brady, there was a ton going on around the NFL, and the Soundhound Well, she'll fill us all in, and we'll talk about it next, right here to wrap up the show with Brady in for Salk. It is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy.
I'm not worried about the score, right? Don't worry about the score. Talk about performances. George Halani showed that he can handle the football. I know Jadarian Price did not play, so he got the bulk of the carries. He looked good at times, looked good in pass pro, and had a reception or two. When it comes to the quarterbacks, I like what Milroe did. Jalen Milroe looked poised, and he used his legs. He had a 20-yard scamper. Drew Lock looks like Drew Lock, a guy that you can count on if you need him to fill in.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of my favorite scenes from training camp was a coach telling a player he should be happy for another teammate who just signed a contract extension. He earned it. Dave Wyman here, and I'll be happy for you if you earn $30 each month with a Harborstone Credit Union PNW Cashback free checking account. No fees or minimums. Sign up for a membership at Harborstone Credit Union/cash and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest. Insured by NCUA, terms and conditions apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland are celebrating Toyota's national sales event with additional inventory on 2026 Tundras and Tacomas. Through August 31st, lease the Tacoma SR5 at $309 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 3.99% APR for 48 months, plus $500 TFS finance subvention cash. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit from TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Nobody gets you closer to the action at Seahawks training camp than the home of the Seahawks.
I see you, boy!
Seattle Sports.
Certain industries expose workers to hazardous chemicals. If you worked in a paper or pulp mill, or in aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing, and have a child born with birth defects, your child may be entitled to legal damages as a result of your exposure to such chemicals. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals, metals, and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb malformations, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other birth defects, and you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill, aircraft manufacturing, or painting, contact us now toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you're a past or present worker in a paper or pulp mill or aircraft manufacturing or painting at Boeing and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Cascade Machinery and Electric has been the Pacific Northwest's trusted industrial machinery expert for over 100 years. And right now they're hiring outside sales representatives in Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. If you're an experienced seller of industrial equipment, highly motivated and have a skill for building relationships, a rewarding career is waiting for you. The salary is competitive. The benefits are great. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
Paid political announcement.
Hey, Seattle, did you know your groceries could be getting more expensive? Seattle City Hall is considering an ordinance that could put grocery rewards and coupons on the chopping block. The mayor's proposed fair pricing ordinance could have the exact opposite outcome and make everyday living more expensive. Protect Seattle Savings is a coalition dedicated to defending the everyday savings that Seattle families rely on. Visit ProtectSeattleSavings.com to learn more and join the cause.
Paid for by Protect Seattle Savings. This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this football season, baseball season, down to the final sprint. It is a good time, man. It's a fun time of year. You enjoy this time of year, Brady?
I do. Yeah, I do. It's you sort of see the weather changing, and you know that football is about to be on your TV screens. And in my case, I get to be at the stadium every Sunday. Yeah, it's a fun feeling.
Yeah, and there was a ton going around the NFL all weekend long, and that is where Miss Maura Dooley, the sound hound, as we all know her, that's where she starts to bark.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's where she starts to bark.
All right, yeah, we have a lot of little preseason tidbits, as I think you call them. Maybe not full takeaways here. The Cardinals are 2 games into their preseason, and both their rookie quarterback and running back are injured. Quarterback Carson Beck is day-to-day with a rib injury and had to sit out their second game against the Raiders Thursday. Running back Jeremiah Love had 11 carries for 58 yards in that game, but suffered an ankle injury in the outing. When head coach Mike LaFleur was asked post-game if it was a high ankle sprain, this was what he had to say.
It's an ankle, so we'll keep it at that.
Adam Schefter later confirmed that it is indeed a high ankle sprain, putting Love's status for Week 1 versus the Chargers in jeopardy.
And then throw in their offensive guard they took in the second round. Kid I liked out of A&M.
DeSantis, yeah.
DeSantis done for the year with an MCL.
Yeah. Not good. So
Brady, can you win as an NFL head coach with his haircut?
Who's that? LaFleur?
The younger LaFleur.
What's the haircut?
You haven't seen his haircut?
I
pyramid shape.
Picturing it. Oh, one of those.
Yeah, one of those.
Wait, let me see here.
Can you lead men in the NFL to a Super Bowl championship? Now his brother got clean haircut, and he's kind of hipster, good-looking dude. GQ too, not hipster. Sorry, Maura, I screw that up all the time. Kind of GQ-y, good-looking guy. And little bro's got that really distinct triangle hair.
I mean, Brock, I got to tell you.
You like his hair?
I am looking at his hair.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at your hair.
It looks pretty.
I don't see a lot of difference other than the hair color.
I would kind of agree.
No. His goes way higher. Like if I grew mine out maybe, and I put in that like real triangular, even more gel.
I don't know if it's a real triangle situation here.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you just saw him on a certain day.
Fine.
Maybe.
All right, fine.
Okay, now I'm looking at it. I'm looking at
a side angle. It is really shaved up until the top.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one
really
where I
shaved.
can start to see your point a little bit. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
That's a great question though. Can you lead men with that haircut?
I think the Cardinals have a lot of other problems.
Maybe that's true.
Not their biggest problem right
Did
now.
you see that montage of their practices?
Yeah.
Like NFL memes or something put it out. It was rough.
All right, now I was getting ready to defend Mike LaFleur, not with his haircut, but against the usage of Jeremiah Love in the preseason. So he goes down on what sounds like one of the last plays he played. Now, he did play quite a bit.
11 carries?
Yeah, 23 snaps, 14 touches in 23 snaps.
Okay.
That's kind of a lot.
Yeah.
That's kind of a lot.
But you're going up against largely twos.
Yeah.
So if you're going to try to callous a guy and get him ready, I think it's a fine line you walk, right? These guys do in the NFL. Like, how much do I want to play him and get him ready? The Broncos, they played their ones most of the first half against Atlanta. And they just hammered them. I mean, they just embarrassed Atlanta down there. And Andy Reid has always believed in playing guys. If Mahomes was healthy, he'd be playing. Be playing more than anybody else plays. So I think there's a little bit of a line there. I don't know if I would. I think I would. I don't know. It's
not the most agree. I mean, we're only talking about it because the guy got hurt, and there's obviously some bad luck involved there. So it's not like it's not an egregious thing. It's misfortune is part of it. But I was surprised to see that he touched the ball as many times as he did.
All right, elsewhere in the division, Ty Simpson, the quarterback that the Rams were widely maybe mocked a little bit for taking 13th overall this year, and that McVay did not seem very excited about, went 21 for 25 for 190 yards and 2 touchdowns in his preseason debut against the Chiefs. We'll let you decide whether you think McVay might be growing on Sean McVay. This was him post-game.
It's going to be on his timeline. And when he feels good about having clarity, whether that's a yes or whether that ends up being a no, we've had some tentative discussion.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was him on Aaron Darnold. I messed that one up.
Oh, no worries. I was like, wow, he's already calling the shots.
Yeah, no. Here we go. This is him on Ty Simpson.
I thought he took what the defense gave him. I thought he read the plays out, read with his feet. I thought he did a really good job overall. And I thought even on some of the keepers where maybe the primary isn't there, he attacks with the ball up. Even on the first one that he had where he ends up finding Max Clare on kind of the late down flat, but hit a couple low crossing routes. And I thought he kept the ball in play. That's the biggest thing is keeping the ball in play. There was one situation that we'll have a great learning op on a third down where, they kind of played a man coverage. We ended up throwing it to the flat to Max Clare. I got to see. I think the pocket might have allowed him to be able to progress. But otherwise, it was a really good day for him. He just felt like he was in good command, and it was cool to see a good smile on his face.
Brock, give me. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay, there was a pause there. I jumped in. You were surprised. A lot of people were surprised that the Rams.
I panned the pick, Brady.
You did. You celebrated. Actually, you celebrated when he picked a better way.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, both, I guess.
Yeah, you were pretty giddy over that.
I panned the pick for the Rams, and I celebrated it for the Seahawks.
Why? Because you saw him in Alabama, and you saw a guy who just does not look like a difference maker. Yeah.
Go back and look at the track record through the annals of NFL history of not even one-year starters. Got beat up a little bit, tried to play through some of that, and so it wasn't all his fault. And I loved, by the way, his story in college. It was so weird because I loved it. I went to bat for him, and wow, here's a guy that stood through all the adversity, all the valleys, never played. Everybody else leaves. And he's stuck around there in Tuscaloosa and played really well the first 5-6 games of the year, and then got beat up and then didn't play so well. And I just thought, history tells you. When you start for not even a year in college, ask Mr. Richardson out there in Indy. Right, you can go down the list of lots of the guys. Trubisky, you got to do it for a more sustained amount of time. But he played really well. I think Tom McShay panned the pick even more than I did, and he kind of threw up his hands on Twitter, so I got nothing to say. He came out, played really well. I will say this, too. That's how I'd like to see the game called for Jalen Milroe. Because I would say of his 21 completions, at least the highlights I saw, 5, 6, 7 of them were on the move. Here's a boot. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Simplify the game. Put him out there. And especially for Jalen, where it's 1-2 go, 1-2 go, 1-2 go. And I thought that Sean called a really good game for him, and he was very, very efficient his first time out. Let's go make history, Coach. Let's go make history.
No. Over in Cleveland, Deshaun Watson.
Cleveland.
Deshaun Watson was 11 for 15 for 126 yards. He was sacked once, had a delay of game, fumbled on 4th and 2, and the Browns went 3 and out on 3 of his 6 drives. But Todd Monken is psyched.
It was so cool to watch him play. I get all of the frustration by fans, himself, but for him to come back and work like he did is an unbelievable credit to him. And then they go out there, he was having fun today. And that is so cool. And I thought he really functioned at a high level. Certainly, we don't want to be taking timeouts. We sure as heck can't take delay games, okay? But it was fun watching it play and watching us put the next step forward and see where we're at.
Mora.
Did I frame
that
did I frame that in a negative manner?
That MK was a little reminiscent of our guy, Mr. Mackey from South Park. Okay.
Cleveland Sports Radio going to have a field day with that guy.
Yeah.
Cleveland Sports Radio got some dogs in it now. They got some dogs. Like, they don't back down. They have been through Andy Dufresne poop pipe for years. And they don't, like, he is going to be some kind of guy to follow in the Cleveland media this year.
Yeah, I mean, I was so I had no idea what he was even saying because so many thoughts are going through my mind. He sounds like, and he kind of looks like him too. R.I.P. Marty Funkhauser. Anybody watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? Now, Todd Monken's got a higher pitched voice. Marty was very low guy, but just that same kind of raspiness to him. Okay. So all I'm thinking of is Marty Funkhauser telling just horrifically inappropriate jokes.
I'm gonna look up Marty Funkhauser.
And then the other thing I'm thinking of is the Myles Garrett cut. I just can't. I cannot get enough of that. I have no idea what he said, other than I heard him say, "Okay."
There's a little funk man to him.
Yeah, the funk man.
Yeah. All I know is
I think I have that one for you if you want.
What? Oh, the Myles Garrett?
Myles?
Just for the record, have you had any face-to-face with Garrett yet?
Myles?
Yeah.
No.
No, there's some Jim Mora Jr. when Jim was coaching the Seahawks that year. The same, just kind of, God bless him, like there's just not going to be a filter.
Yeah, doesn't give a bleep.
Does not care. And this one maybe even more because Jim had been a really successful coach, right? In Atlanta, the Falcons deep in the playoffs, won a lot of NFL games, had quite a pedigree as a head coach. Todd Monken's been waiting his whole life for this. Like, he is just gonna, he's gonna be something. Cleveland's gonna be something.
The Funk Man.
Oh.
It just makes you happy to have the quarterback situation we have, and that's also when you check in with the Vikings and you still hear them talking about Sam Darnold. So Jeremy Fowler on Game Day on ESPN Radio was asked, now that they named Kyler Murray their starter, what do they do with J.J. McCarthy? Do they trade him?
Certainly, I think with a new GM there who's from Seattle, Seattle was never afraid to trade away assets. I could see it. You know, this is more than ever a value-based league. If you get a good enough offer for a player that's a good enough trade package, compensation-wise, for the upcoming draft or the upcoming few drafts, then most GMs are going to do that now, you know, if the guy's not your starter. And the tricky part is that Kyler Murray has a no franchise tag clause in his one-year deal with Minnesota, so they can't tag him next year. They ran into a similar situation with Sam Darnold where they didn't tag him, even though they could have, and then he left and won a Super Bowl. So I think they're a little leery of that. You know, do you keep McCarthy as insurance for that, knowing that McCarthy is kind of in a similar situation to Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis?
Year 3 for McCarthy? Year 3? You got him for the 5th-year option as well? I know, different regime that drafted him.
Yeah.
I wonder what Trent and crew thought of JJ coming out of the draft in Seattle a couple years ago. Do you remember that at all?
Well, I think I think they really liked him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think they liked him
and
a
Nolan.
lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Nolan Teasley and Trent Kirshner were in Seattle's front office at the time, now running the Vikings front office.
I liked him a lot. He just kind of got weird.
Yeah, the 9,
he just kind of,
nickname.
whole deal. The kind of cute things in college where he was like meditating at the goalpost before the game barefoot. And that was all kind of cute in college, and they won a lot. So it was like, this is awesome. This guy's part hockey players, part like meditator, part all this, and worked really well at Michigan, especially with Jim Harbaugh. And then just kind of, quarterbacking's hard. How did Shield Kapadi, I'm trying to remember more in Ian, last week when Shield joined us and he talked about Mike is the most likable head coach. McDonald is the most likable, but he also used another term, like well-founded, well-reasoned. What do you remember how he described Coach McDonald?
Was it like well-spoken? He was talking about how he can rephrase things to like explain them better to people when they're not understanding.
And just how crazy other head coaches get. You just go crazy. Like you just go like You're in your office watching film, like, right?
Is it grounded?
I can play that cut if you want. I have it here.
Yeah, why don't you play that for me? Because I think it speaks to these quarterback challenges as well.
I think Mike Macdonald might be the most likable coach in the NFL. And listen, no NFL coach is normal. We can get that out of the way. Like, these are not well-adjusted human beings. You're just like, man, what is wrong with you most of the time when you look at NFL head coaches? However, on that scale, he seems like the most normal. And I kind of love the arc of the first 2 episodes where episode 1, you're really like, okay, this guy, he relates to players. He's laughing. He's joking around. It feels like he's comfortable in his own skin. Whereas some of the coaches you see, the alpha energy, they can't turn it off. They're just...
What's Funkhauser have? Alpha energy? What's Marty have?
He was just a bizarre guy. Yeah, yes. I mean, he R.I.P. to Marty Funkhauser. The guy's name, I think, Super Dave Osborne, something like that.
Well-adjusted. It's hard. It's hard to be well-adjusted.
We're not talking about Marty
we're not talking about Marty Funkhauser nor Tom Munkin. We're talking about Mike Macdonald, and in this case, J.J. McCarthy. And we can go through the list, quarterbacks.
Bob Einstein. Why did I say Dave Osborne? Thank you.
Don't worry about it. It's hard to stay well-adjusted. You covered a couple in Seattle. Russell's arc became very difficult to stay well-adjusted and grounded to, the game and everybody else. And I think, unfortunately, for J.J., just a little off. Things got a little off-kilter there in Minnesota, but I don't think you can trade him. Not with the volatility of Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah, and Jeremy laid out the situation there. Kyler Murray's on a 1-year deal, and they can't franchise tag him, so it makes sense to keep an insurance policy like that and McCarthy around. Also, what are you really going to get for him that's going to make it worth your while when his 2 seasons have gone? I mean, obviously he missed his rookie season. Wait, has it been? Yeah, it's been 2 seasons. Yeah, he missed his rookie season with a knee injury.
And then last year, in and out the whole season, injured,
was
beat
bad.
Up. Yep,
yeah, it was not good.
Yep.
So what do you? I don't think you're going to get enough for him that would make it worth your while. I don't know, man. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. He's played some bad football.
All right, I have one more for you guys in the division here with some running backs getting some big paydays over the last couple weeks. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey is another in a long line of Niners players missing practice, but Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk thinks something else might be going on.
That running back Christian McCaffrey first missed practice due to tightness, and he didn't practice on Sunday. He hasn't practiced for a full week now due to tightness, and I heard from someone last night, and I don't know whether or not this is true, and it may not be anything that Christian McCaffrey is ever going to wear on his sleeve.
I know where you're going here.
But people are starting to wonder if it's a hold-in. The tightness happens just days after Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs blow up the running back market.
Exactly.
And McCaffrey is in the next to last year of his contract, $12.5 million. None of it is guaranteed, and it's $12.5 million. And the average was 19. Yeah, but guys only care about what they're making now.
You think it's a hold-in?
Would that surprise me in any way for a veteran like him who has given everything to that organization? I mean, last year, you want to talk about the freaking rookie carrying it 11 times and touching it 14 times in a preseason. What Christian McCaffrey did a season ago in the rushing game, in the passing game, I mean, they wore him to a nub. He had nothing fumes. He was on fumes at the end of the season. I could see McCaffrey at this stage going, come on, boys. I'm not looking for that. Kind of back to our Leonard Williams. I'm not looking to top those guys. But I also should not be making half of what those guys are making.
Well, but that's just with the way that his payment structure has gone. And Florio kind of alluded to it. I mean, the average of the contract extension that he signed was $19 million. Now, every time a guy signs a big extension, you get a bunch of that money up front. So the fact that he's only making whatever Florio said it is, $12.5 million this season.
And he's got, one more year on his deal?
Yeah, that's because he got a ton of that money up front. That's how it works. And I'm all for players trying to maximize their earnings and get what they can while they can get it. But I don't think it's fair to play this game of, well, I'm only set to make this much money this coming season. Yeah, because you got all your money up front.
Okay, easy. Whoa. Funkmaster
And I don't even know
Hauser.
if we're just sort of speculating on this. I'm speaking in general of this.
You practice
stance
next to
that
an
players
electrical
take.
field like that, crying out
Yeah.
loud. You see the
Substation.
number of guys that they have had out? It's been upwards of like 20, Brady. Like, shocker, Mike Evans got tightness too. I mean, they're an older
player.
team.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of older Kittle and wow. All right, that's spinning around the NFL. It just never, ever rests. And I don't think we can afford to have a Todd Monken watch here in Seattle on a weekly basis, but I got a sense that as we do spin around the NFL, that one's going to provide a lot of sound bites because that whole situation with Deshaun and Shedeur and Cleveland and where they're at, it's just, holy cow. The NFL just never stops, does it?
No, and that's a bad quarterback situation there, but it is a very, very intriguing one. And Todd Monken is going to be a pretty entertaining guy to walk us through.
Last couple minutes here, my friend. We will be back together Wednesday. Brian Walters in for you tomorrow. You will pack up your bags. You'll head down to the facility today. The boys are in town here. When do they head out to Tennessee? Wednesday?
Thursday. Yeah, I believe they leave on Thursday for the joint practice. Just the one joint practice on Friday.
Okay.
I think Saturday is kind of they walk through by themselves, and then Sunday game.
Okay, so what do we anticipate today and tomorrow? As you head down to the facility, as you react now, as they all watch the tape, as everything gets going here into week number 2. Last year, Sam played a little bit week number 2, did he not?
He did,
play?
yeah. I think he and the starting offense played that first series. I think it was 10 snaps and led a touchdown drive, and that was a wrap for Sam Darnold and the number one offense.
Yep, Packers, Jalen had the whole game the next week, so would you kind of anticipate maybe coming off of that game Saturday night and a dress rehearsal that wasn't as buttoned up and tidy as they wanted, that maybe the ones kind of play a little more active role this week?
Well, I mean, this is the whole reason why McDonald really likes the joint practices is because you get those valuable game-like reps, but instead of being in a preseason game, they're in the controlled environment of a practice. You can control exactly what the structure of the period is. Also, I think this is another hidden benefit of it is you really, in a preseason game, you're not going to run certain plays knowing that, that film is going to be out there for the rest of the NFL to see. That's not a concern in these joint practices, and so that's yet another reason why I think Mike McDonald wants to do them. You get those game-like reps, but in a much more favorable setting.
And in Tennessee, you have an opponent that you know the head coach pretty well. He used to be a Seahawk himself, a Niner a bunch of different times, and now kind of leading the crew out there in Nashville. Probably be a little hot, probably be a little bit humid, and I don't know, just kind of get a sense that, hey, Hard Knocks has been around, all this wonderful stories, all these unbelievable storylines, all this stuff's been great, but that tape Saturday night in front of your own crowd and kind of your first, and again, it wasn't starters, it wasn't even largely backups, but you're still a Seattle Seahawk, and you got to represent a little bit better. And for as much conversation as there was about timing and organization, play and mechanics, I bet you as you're out at practice today and tomorrow, I bet you there will be a little point of emphasis on the whole operation and mechanics behind the scenes. Brady, thank you, buddy. I know it's a little different to get off the boat as early as you got to get off it on these mornings that you come in and fill in, but always appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate the Marty Funkhauser. Did not know we would get to that on a Monday.
I didn't either.
No, that's the way radio works, man. And who knows where Wednesday's going to go. Brian Walters will be in the house tomorrow. Jeff Passan will be in the house tomorrow. We're going to have a little game and giveaway. We got our final Seahawk we talked to during this training camp period tomorrow morning as well. So we'll be a blast. Appreciate all you being with us this morning. For Ian running the board, all the work Maura does to make this thing go. Brady sitting in. Appreciate it. But for this day, hey.
In the barn.
See ya.
Get to the chopper! Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're Acquire, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Experience the thrill of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede, August 26th through the 30th. Keep the excitement going all week long with high-energy live concerts featuring country and rock artists, including classic American rock band Jefferson Starship and Canadian country artist Allie Walker. The Kitsap Fair and Stampede runs August 26th through the 30th. Don't miss it. Get your tickets today and all the info at kitsapfair.org. That's kitsapfair.org.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Are you looking to buy a house, but like everyone, you're priced out of the Bellevue, Kirkland, and Seattle market? Many buyers have the income, the credit, and the desire to own, but simply don't have the down payment, often at least $75,000 just for a starter home. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue with a great opportunity for home buyers. Introducing our Legacy Opportunity Loan. Legacy Group Capital has a select group of 100 new construction, single-family, and townhomes in the top Western Washington locations. Acquire a new construction home with no down payment, allowable closing costs paid, and a competitive rate. Yes, that's no down payment and some closing costs paid by Legacy. A wise man once said, the hardest part of winning in real estate is just getting in. And now you can with our Legacy Opportunity Loan. So get in the game.
Limited properties available to qualified Washington borrowers. Learn more about this limited opportunity at LegacyG.